ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಶುಭವಾಗಲಿ. Divine interventions for the healthy heart and the healthy mind. It's not moving. Okay. Okay. When you look at the history of thousands of years, from Adi Yogi Shiva, who is called as the Vaidyanateshwara, one of the Jyotirlinga. So all the knowledge of health came from Shiva himself. And then they started saying, no, take the roots, prayer. And then the antibiotics came. And then they said all the chemical substances, medicines have got the side effects. So now in the 21st century, the whole circle we have come back, and now we have come back again to yoga, dhyana as the way of life. And that is the way to prevent taking the medicine. And I have been following yoga right from my childhood, and I hardly take any medicines. So I believe in this divine intervention. But it's not working. I wanted to know it's not. Now, can you give me a better one where I can move myself? Okay. Now look at this. We think the science is different and spirituality is different. But I would say both the science and spirituality are the same. Tell me which side. Okay. No, it's not moving. Everybody thinks William Harvey is the father of cardiology. No. The reason is, even before the Vedas, in Narayana Sukta, the best description of the heart is given. And they say, the heart is like an inverted lotus bud, you can see in the picture. And it is 9 inches below the throat and 9 inches above the umbilicus. It is the place of omnipresent universal God. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆ ಪರಮಾತ್ಮನ ಆವಾಸ ಸ್ಥಾನ ಅಂತ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ನೀವು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬಹುದು. Once the heart stops beating, you are dead. With brain dead you can work, with kidney failure, with any organ gone you can survive, but not with the heart. And that's why it says that it is the avasa sthana. It is the center for all the blood vessels and oscillates in the chest from left to right. And first it takes nourishment to itself and then supplies to the whole body. And we know now that the whole 60 trillion cells in our body, they get the nourishment from the heart, the blood supply. But the first branch, as a cardiologist I know, the first branch are the coronary arteries, which supply to the heart itself. And that's what it is saying, that first it takes nourishment to itself. And then it says, the universal Paramatma maintains the temperature from head to toe. And it is said that the Agni is installed in a subtle way. And now we know that the amount of blood that it pumps every day, almost 5 to 6,000 gallon blood. And for that, the amount of fuel that is required, we can take the Queen Elizabeth ship from London to New York and back to London. So that is the amount of fuel that is spent by the heart every day. So they can imagine what they are saying is the Agni is installed in a subtle way is very, very important. And then it maintains the temperature, and then it says that this itself is Brahma, Vishnu and Maheshwara. It may appear that it is a cock and bull story, but if you really look at it, all our body cells regenerate with the oxygen and blood supply. That is pranavayu. And that is supplied by the heart. So regeneration, the preservation of the cells is by that, and that is because of the Vishnu, you may call. And then degenerated cells, unwanted cancer cells, they are all destroyed when the blood supply is not there and it goes to green. Next slide please. And that's how we know whatever is described in the Narayana Sukta is true. And today, spiritual dharma, the word spiritus has come from the Latin word which means breath. Whereas we in pranayama, we give importance to the breath. So they are following us and we are not following them. That is the one we should remember. Patients who feel connected to the higher power feel less grief and uncertainty, and that's how they become sthita prajna. They start taking everything. See, those who are following Western culture, some challenge occurs, they have a tremendous stress and surge of catecholamines and they collapse. Whereas those who follow the Indian method, they are sthita prajna, whether good or bad, they take the, please look at me, you have to change, otherwise. So here the Dean Ornish, he described about the spiritual orientation inventory, and then he said that meditation is good. And after he told, the people have started giving importance to the meditation. Now, spiritual score is very significantly correlated with the progression. Next slide. Please give me the remote, Okay, here, the spiritual intervention, it changes the whole quality of life. See, because I'm spiritual, my life is entirely different from the others, and that is because you have three types of people. Atrupta, they are not happy, they are not satisfied with anything, and they are always under stress. And then Alpatrupta, Palige Bandhidu Panchamrita, they are happy and contented. And the third one, Santrupta, like me, always happy. Come what may, I am happy. And that is the goal that we achieve when we follow this spirituality. So psychological outcomes can help reduce the anxiety, depression, hopelessness, and also what the modern society is going through. And my blood pressure is 170. My daughter's blood pressure is 130/90. When I tell her, she says, Amma, you are abnormal. Because, we don't have any worry. And today, people think that worry or stress is part of their life. And that is not true. So, end of the life issues, when you look at it, spiritual interventions can help patients prepare the end of life. Even when the death comes, a person who is spiritual, he takes the death also in a very nice way. And that's how, please, next slide. So pain and fatigue is much less when there is a divine intervention. So spiritual intervention, the meta-analysis has been done all over the world, and they have found that further randomized control trials are also going on. The heart attack survivors spiritually with their physical, psychological and social aspects are clearly, they do much better than the people without the spiritual bent. And that's how we know the health psychology in 2024, this article has been published, and then they show that spirituality helps the heart attack patients undergoing critical condition, and the recovery is very fast. And you must have seen during the corona, people who are 90, 95 who are spiritual minded, they recovered better than the youngsters who are alcoholic and smokers, and they die much more. Next slide, please. So this is how we know. You can see that the very first thing, that is the most powerful sacred Gayatri mantra, which was described in Rigveda by Maharshi Vishwamitra. The AIMS Rishikesh has done the chanting of this during the corona, and they found that people recovered much faster when they chanted this mantra. Next slide. Please keep saying, I'll move the hand and so that you can move. So the mantra meditation has become very popular in the West. See, here we are, when we say Namasmarane, you don't realize. And that Namasmarane, they are doing it as a mantra meditation and they just call it as MM. MM is good. And this is how we know, they have shown that this mantra meditation, even amateur, those who are not had Diksha, those who do not have Guru, anybody can start doing. And when we do the mantra meditation, what happens is it improves the stress reduction and improves the focus, improved immune system and concentration, and enhances the self-awareness, and the deeper sense of relaxation is there. And that's how we know you don't have to go to Himalaya when you are traveling. Yesterday she was telling music. If you can't sing, don't sing, but you just keep saying Om Namah Shivaya or Om or whatever it is, your stress levels will come down considerably. And that's how you can see that Adinada, that is the very first sound that came when the universe was formed, was the Om. And this Om in Nimhans, they have done the study. The schizophrenic patients who have got the mood fluctuations, who have got the anger and uncontrolled anger, like animals they behave, for them they just made them chant Om for 20 minutes. And to their utter surprise, they found that in the CT scan, the blood supply to the limbic system came down considerably. The limbic system is the one which is the main center for the negative attitudes and the negative behavior. And when that blood supply comes down, that animal instincts or the knee-jerk reactions will come down. And this has been shown that the anger, hatred, revenge, ego, all these things which make the schizophrenic patient, that comes down when you chant the Om. Next slide, please. So here you can then see that the Kapalbhati or this is Om. You have A for awareness, U for Swapnavastha, that is the dreamy state, and Ma is the Gahana Nidra, that is the Yoga Nidra we say. Next slide, please. So 400 times more catecholamines are released, and that will be reduced when you chant the Om. So anyone who is getting angry or fighting, you start chanting Om, your anger will come down, your negativity will come down. Next slide, please. And that is very important. And this is how in Bhagavad Gita also Krishna said that the Kama, Krodha, Lobha, Moha, Mada, Matsara, they are the door to the hell. Next slide, please. And today we know that all of them can be controlled by the yoga, that is the Shiva Ashtanga Yoga. Everybody thinks that the yoga is given by Patanjali. Even before Patanjali, they were given by the Shiva. And how he started was when his wife loses the Smarane. Then when Parvati, her Smriti is gone, he starts teaching her Shiva Ashtanga Yoga, and then apart from that, what he says is, have you seen the Nataraja Murti? And there you can see that under his foot there is a Apasmara. The Apasmara is he symbolizes the Adhyana and Andhakara. So he laughs and says, can anyone catch the darkness, Andhakara? No, it is impossible. But Shiva is a Paranjyoti. And all around with the Damru, he takes the Swarupa of Nataraja and starts dancing. And because of the Damru, where the letters have come from Damru, the Apasmara, he closes his ears, and with the Paranjyoti, he closes his eyes, and then, he falls down, and the Shiva controls the Adhyana and Andhakara. And that's how we call it as the Shiva Ashtanga Sutra. Now from New York to Tokyo, in all the gyms, they are teaching the Ashtanga Yoga, but the Shiva name has been taken, and they have taken the patent for yoga also in America. But here you know that the Yama, moral discipline, Niyama, moral observance, Asana, you all know, and Pranayama, as I said, breath, and these are the ones which purify the exterior, and then Pratyahara, and Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhi, this is for the inner soul. And that's how we know you take anywhere, they go for the six-pack. Our foolish people are going for the six-pack and dying, and they are doing our Ashtanga Yoga, and they are becoming healthier. Next slide. So here you know that Satya, Ahimsa, Asteya, Shaucha, Indriya, Nigraha, that is the essence of Dharma, and that is what is taught in the this yoga. So whenever you do the yogasana, the yoga can improve the health of the heart and reduces the blood pressure and helps the weight loss. And today, the obesity has become a very, very dangerous trend, especially after Corona. 30% of the children as well as the women have become very, very obese. And for that, this is very important. The mental health can also, you can have a relaxed one, better sleep and manage the stress, and you can also feel very alert and enthusiastic. In fact, people ask me even at night, how do I have so much of energy? And that is because of the meditation. So improved insulin sensitivity is seen. Yogasana can improve your body sensitivity to insulin, and that's how it regulates the blood sugar better. And in fact, all over the world, people have started doing the Surya Namaskara. I taught a Russian girl and the Frankfurt airport how to do the Surya Namaskara, because she said she loves India, she loves Indian culture, she loves. Then she said, do you know Surya Namaskara? I taught her. And even on the Miami beach, the Westerners have learned. And that's how the interest they are showing. And this, if you do 108 Surya Namaskara, you don't have to call the 108 ambulance at all. In that. That is the amount of health that you get. Next slide. So here you can see that Surya Namaskara helps in the weight management, it burns the calories, it boosts the metabolism, improves the digestion, and detoxification is much better, stress management is much better, and your immune system, circulation, everything improves, and the heart itself beats much better when you do the Surya Namaskara. And that's how, with the happy chemicals like dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, endorphin, all are released much better when you do the yoga, dhyana, or whatever you do the exercise. Next slide, please. So here, the vitamin D deficiency is causing the sudden cardiac death in our country, and especially the youngsters, because they are going for the junk food and drinking the Coca-Cola, Pepsi, and the Coca-Cola, Pepsi, we have the phosphoric acid, which deplete the calcium and become the calcium phosphate and gets deposited. But when you take the A2 milk, that too the Deshi, that too Mysore Maharaja's Amrit Mahal, that is the real Amruta and the best. And here the vitamin D deficiency can increase the cardiac death, particularly from the sudden cardiac death and the heart failure because of the hypokalemia and arrhythmia. And all this can be prevented if you start giving the children 2 glasses of milk every day, and they have a very, very healthy way of living. Now coming to the nutrition, nutrition is extremely important, and here all the food that we get, they are aimed at get not just enjoying as a palatable. We know that if the vegetables are taken plenty, their health is much better, the heart attack also comes down. Now the nutrition expert is coming, Dr. Prakash, so let us talk about him about this thing. So now Vaikuntha Ekadashi is coming. Just yesterday I recorded an interview with Dr. Shilpa, who is a gold medalist, and then Upavasa. Upa is the Laghu or the small. Vasa is living. So eat less and then think of God, and that is Upavasa. Whereas the Western keto diet, whatever diet they are doing, that is all killing the people. Those who are following them, they are dying. And today we know that the obesity is the mother of 5 deadly diseases: diabetes, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, heart attack, and Alzheimer's disease. So if you don't want to keep away from all this and keep away from the obesity, then you have to go for the divine intervention. and that's how we know the Ahara is very important, which is the Vichara also. So in this ನಮ್ಮ ಬಾಳೆ ಎಲೆ ಊಟ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಉತ್ಕೃಷ್ಟವಾದಂಥದ್ದು. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಉಪ್ಪನ್ನು ಎಡಗಡೆಗೆ ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ, ಮುಟ್ಬೇಡಿ ಅಂತ. ಬಲಗಡೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ಬೆಲ್ಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿರೋ ಪಾಯಸ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ ಬೆಲ್ಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಟ್ರೇಸ್ ಎಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್, ಅಯೋಡಿನ್, ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಸಿಯಂ, ಮ್ಯಾಗ್ನೀಷಿಯಂ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಇದೆ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತಗೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಸಂತೃಪ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಮಧ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಅನ್ನ, ತವೆ, ತುಪ್ಪ, ಫುಡ್ ಪಿರಮಿಡ್ ಎಕ್ಸಲೆಂಟ್, ಅಂಡ್ 2-3 ಕೋಸಂಬರಿ, 2-3 ತರಕಾರಿಗಳು, they all make the fiber, and that's how we know you get all the micronutrients and the minerals. And more than that, when you take the leafy vegetables, you get the folic acid, magnesium. So I was telling him how the folic acid can be given. I mean, the taken. People think that the vegetarian food doesn't get all the things, but vegetarian, you must remember that the elephants are also vegetarians, and they are the strongest people. And that's how we know vegetables, you give everything, carbohydrate, fiber, vitamins, iron, magnesium, and then they reduce the heart attack by 28%. Next slide. So the fruits are extremely important as a part of your life. It has to be, because our Rishi Munis, they ate gadde, genasu, aloo, and only fruits, and they lived for 150-200 years, because now we know that the fruits contain antioxidants which clear the oxygen-free radicals and prevent the damage of the endothelium. So anyone taking good fruits, their blood vessels are very young. As young as your blood vessels, so you are young. And that's how we know your skin, your everything is much better when you take 3 to 4 fruits every day. Almost 32% heart attack comes down. This is how we know it is very important, especially among the fruits. The banana must be taken. Virat Kohli, when he was a captain, he told the BCCI, whichever country we go, supply the banana, because banana is antidepressant. It contains serotonin, it contains pectin, it heals peptic ulcer, neutralizes the acidity. So whenever they get out and they have the anxiety, whatever acidity is there, that is neutralized, and then it is a laxative, no constipation, no headache, and you are extremely very happy. How many of you have never had a headache in your whole life? Please raise your hand. You never had a headache. No one? Yeah, 1%. One more. 3 people. We don't have the headache. Do you know why? ನಮ್ಮ 3 ಜನರಿಗೂ ತಲೆನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಇನ್ನು ಉಳಿದವರೆಲ್ಲ ತಲೆ ಇದ್ದವರು ವಿಪರೀತ ತಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಡವಾದ ಚಿಂತೆಯನ್ನು ತುಂಬಿಕೊಂಡು ನೀವು unnecessarily you are worried. But those who are not bothered, concentrate only on the work, they become the achiever, they don't get a headache. So here you can see that you get good vision, good skin, and good blood cell formation, healing, healthy bones, teeth, and also the blood clotting is much better when you eat the fruits. But unfortunately, the younger generation, they are going to the beauty parlor and putting the fruit pack to the face, but that doesn't improve your blood vessels and your health. And so, eat the fruits rather than just putting the fruit pack. And that's how we know it is very important. You all know the importance of jaggery. I don't have to tell, but the jaggery is the one which contains magnesium, selenium, iron, and it plays a vital role in the health of the heart. Whereas the sugar is a white poison, say no to sugar, and I have stopped eating sugar or buying sugar for past 16 years, and the jaggery is the best one. Now, when you come to the posture, the sitting straight is very important. Nowadays, most of them like this, they will stand. The first person I saw standing erect was General Karyappa. When I was a medical student, he came, the way he stood, were a magnificent person. And this important is the body becomes strongest, and the self-healing mechanism is much better when you start breathing in the erect posture like this. And that's how we know the short term and the long long-term benefits and changes in the body are extremely important for the health of the person. So pranayama importance is given because the pranayama helps the digestion, improves the concentration and the focus. And today a Poland country which is a communist country, they are making the students do pranayama for 5 to 10 minutes before starting the classes in the school, whereas in our country we are not teaching. So it fights the stress, and pranayama offers better self-control and leads to the relaxed body, mind, and improves nowadays more people are getting addicted to those smoking and the drugs. And once they know, the most of the people are coming to Bali from the west to get de-addiction. And that for de-addiction, what they are doing is the pranayama and yoga. And now the de-addiction camp can be done because the Mysore has become the hub of distribution of drugs. And then people around dying youngsters, they all died due to the drug addiction and not due to the vaccine, as the politicians said. So remember, the drug addictions can be controlled, as the therapeutic benefits can be seen very well when the pranayama is done. So here you can see that the Kapalbhati is extremely good. When I went for a Manasarovar Kailas Parvata Parikrama, every 10 minutes I was doing Kapalbhati, and that's how we could finish the 54-kilometer trekking. Whereas even the youngsters, 34 years, they could not do the parikrama because they developed pulmonary edema, breathlessness, and they were not even able to step out. And that's how we know that the Kapalbhati is so important, and many studies find that positive effect on the heart and the heart rate variability, and that's how we know the sympathetic, parasympathetic withdrawal procedures are well balanced when you do the Kapalbhati. And the Kapalbhati purifies the frontal brain. Frontal brain is meant for our intelligence, and that is much better. It relieves the stress, anxiety, and the sound sleep you get. And those who get the sleeplessness, they can do the Kapalbhati pranayama to get the good sleep. And that's how we know it cures the constipation and gives to the healthy heart. And today, you name the person right from the child to the old people. You ask anyone, they are under the tremendous stress. All the time stress. So there are 3 types of stress. One is the use stress, that is important. Now, Krishna Prasad has to conduct, everything has to go smoothly, and that is the use stress. You have to have a use stress to conduct anything very well. The stress is the pathological one, and that pathological stress, your expectations and your function, when there is a gap increases, you become stressed. And that, with the yoga, you can come down. When there is a distress, nothing can be done, anything, and that time you surrender to God and you say, you take care of it, and then everything falls in line. And this is how you can follow this stress. Today, more and more youngsters are becoming stress junkies. They are not sleeping. They are becoming party animals, and as a result, the sleeplessness is killing them. Less than 3 hours of sleep causes the heart attack and the death. And today, to have a sound sleep, Shavasana is the best. And the Shavasana, you can see that it calms the brain, relieves the stress, relaxes the body, reduces the headache, fatigue, insomnia. These are all risk factors for the high blood pressure and the heart attack. So directly sleep has got a connection to the heart, and that's how that can be controlled. So how many of you get angry? Raise your hand. Oh my God. I think me having come here is very important, and now I know why Krishna Prasad invited me here. The anger is one thing which destroys your heart. When you get angry, 400 times more catecholamines are released, and they cause the coronary spasm, and the heart goes into heart failure. And that's how we know if you want to control that surge of catecholamines, you have to do the yoga, dhyana, and chant Om, and then you can control. How many of you want to shun the anger and be happy like me? Raise your hand. Let me see. Okay. Then you are going to chant Om every day. Big hand to all of you. those who have decided to leave the anger. And this is how we know. Change your aggressive attitude to the progressive attitude, change the depressive attitude to the impressive attitude, and that can be done by the yoga and the dhyana. So all of you have given me a word that you are going to change your attitude, and I am very happy. A big applause to all of you who have decided to change your attitude. So how a negative emotion can affect the heart? The negative emotion can lead to the unhealthy habits like smoking, drinking, and taking drugs, and which is causing the obesity and the heart disease and the death in the younger generation. Whereas if you take up to the divine interventions taught by Shiva, next slide, your stress is much better. Now scientifically it has been proved that the negative emotions lead to the increased heart rate, increased cardiac output, and increased myocardial ischemia, and meditation reduces all this and makes you a better, healthy person. So whenever the stress is there, protein synthesis comes down, poor digestion, increased blood clotting, and the increased heart attack. Whereas when you do the Shavasana, everything comes back to the normal and you become a healthier person. And that's how we know in the ancient scriptures it is said, Chintayascha chitayascha bindu matram vishishate. Chinta dahati nirjivam, chinta dahati jivanam. Kittu vyathyasa adhikaha bhavati. You have understood. Chinta, chitta, only 1, 0. Sonne difference. ಆದರೆ ಚಿಂತೆ ಬದುಕಿದವರನ್ನು ಸುಡುತ್ತೆ, ಚಿತೆ ಸತ್ತ ಹೆಣವನ್ನು ಮಾತ್ರ ಸುಡುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಆ ಚಿಂತೆಯನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಿಶ್ಚಿಂತೆಯಾಗಿ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಓಂ ನಮಃ ಶಿವಾಯ ಅಥವಾ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಮಂತ್ರವನ್ನ ಓಂ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಬಹಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಾಗುತ್ತೆ. Today we know that all the type A personalities are there. These type A personalities are the ones who get the heart attack. And that's why you must have seen a very progressive person, a person who is a CEO and on the top of the world he suddenly dies of heart attack. And that is because they are all type A personalities, and then they are always jittery, they are always angered, they are always, what to say, the facial tension is there. And if you become calm, relaxed, and smiling like me, you can be an achiever, but at the same time, you make everyone happy, you can carry the positivity, and that comes to that. So this when we tell people who are not realizing, and this has been scientifically proved by the Japanese in 1995. There, people used to live for 100 and 110 years, and suddenly the youngster 30, 35 years, they started getting admitted. When they did the angiogram, the coronaries were normal, heart LV function was dilated, hardly 10-15% contraction was there, and the left ventricle looked like the octopus caught in the trap, the death trap. And then they called it as the Takatsubo syndrome. So there was no medicine, allopathic medicine treatment for this, because there is no block, no angioplasty, no bypass surgery, nothing can be done. So what did they do? They took the Mahesh Yogi's transcendental meditation for just 20 minutes per day. And to their utter surprise, within 72 hours, the heart pumping, which was 15%, it came back to the 55-70%. And you must clap for this because the whole world realized the importance of our meditation. And that's how we know today everybody is after meditation. In San Francisco, the net was low. It was my account was not opening. I just closed and I was meditating. A lady came and asked, "Are you meditating?" I said, "Yes." Will you teach me meditation? This is how people are eager to learn the meditation, and this is how the world has come to know what it is. And this yoga meditation has got a tremendous effect on the diabetes mellitus as well as other things. You do all this time, you are going to teach this, and I have the yoga Ratna who teaches all this yoga mudra and everything to the people on my YouTube, Ahara, Arogya, Adhyatma. They can control the diabetes And that's how you can see that the meditation is the mantra. If you do the meditation every day, I don't say so many minutes or so many things when I'm traveling, when I'm in the flight, when I'm in the car, train, wherever you are, you just keep meditating, and then in the chin mudra, that is the thumb is the Paramatma, and this is the Jivatma. Keep everything away and keep your mind, and then that relaxes your mind. When you get down and go to the next function, you are very fresh. And that's how meditation is an active form of brain training, and that helps increase the awareness. Although the practice of meditation is associated with sense of peacefulness, physical relaxation, and practitioners have a long benefits of this, and that's how we know. You can see the brain mapping before and after meditation, the agitated brain and the calm mind. This is how you can make out the difference. And today we talk about the brain, heart, and body axis. The brain, that is the mind; heart, that is pumping, and then the body. So whatever happens to the brain, that effect is there on the heart, and whatever effect is there on the heart, and that is seen in the body. If there is a surge of anger, catecholamines released, the heart pumping comes down, and once the BP shoots up, they can have either the cerebral hemorrhage or the stroke, or they can have what is the blood supply to the body cells comes down. So you can see anyone who is angry, that's how they say. But a person who is calm and smiling and happy with the positivity, you say, I'm fine, and they will make you also very happy. And that's how we know this feel-good hormones, they make you samachitta, and psychic benefits, making you a very balanced and person. The moment you enter, just yesterday some lady told me, when you just entered, I felt like the Devi entry. And then I was surprised. And that is the effect of the yoga and the dhyana. When you do the meditation, you become a part of the universe or the union. And this is how we know your cortisol will come down. The stress management, pain management, relief, anger management, everything can be done with the divine intervention, and that is taught by none other than Shiva himself. Why this is important is the heart has 1 lakh times more electric energy, 5,000 times more electromagnetic power compared to the brain. And that's how we know if the Sittu, if they damage your brain, and they have the adverse effect on the heart, and once the adverse effect is there on the heart, and that is seen that the whole body becomes very weak, and you become very tired, and that's how we know it is very important. Today, the people are epic at the best, and they have started gyms all over. And the people are looking at the film hero, they want to have six packs and go for the gym. But what happens is, if you go to the Ahara, where they pray to Hanuman, who is known for the Shakti and Yukti, have you ever heard of anyone going to Ahara or anyone dying suddenly? No. But all over the world, you see those who are going to gym, they are dying suddenly. Why are they dying? If you look at it, that is because of the formula they take, the energy drink they take. The energy drink they take has got 70 milligrams of caffeine. ನೀವು ಒಂದು ಲೋಟ ಕಾಫಿ ಕುಡಿದ್ರೆ 5 milligram caffeine ಬರುತ್ತೆ. You will relax and happy. That is good for the heart. But when these youngsters they take energy drink, and that is 70 milligrams of caffeine, and that makes them more particularly next slide, and the anxiety becomes more, and then the heart problems are also more when the energy drinks are taken, and the supplements they are taking, they are contaminated with the drugs and illegal substances, and that's how the youngsters are dying. And now the alcohol has become universal. And yesterday also somebody came and told me, you just go around and see how many people are sitting with the glass. But one thing you remember, the alcohol is the one which destroys every organ in the body. The stomach, liver, heart, brain, and every cell is destroyed. And every time a person takes alcohol, 8 to 10,000 brain cells are dead forever, and they don't come back. And the God has given 8 to 9 billion brain cells, and if you go on drinking, this is what happens. And more than that, our elders, they used to be working very hard, whether men or women, they were doing all the physical activities, but today sedentary habit and work from home has become more, and they are sitting for a long time. Now it has been scientifically proved, anyone sitting for more than 3 hours continuously, the venous rhythm from the peripheral heart, that is the calf muscles, comes down, and the deep vein thrombosis and also heart attacks are more. And that's how lack of sleep and sitting for a long time are not good for health. And apart from that, when you have the lack of sleep, the hormonal imbalance is there, inflammation is much more, elevated blood pressure is there, and the electric activity are disrupted, and especially when the person is listening to the loud music and the noise, especially when the DJ music is heard, they can drop dead. And that is because it is hammering the brain, and the erratic impulses coming from the brain, they can make the person go for the cardiac arrhythmia, and then the person can drop dead. But yesterday you heard from Vinuta how the nice music can give the music therapy, but whereas the loud noise or the DJ music can destroy. So the youngsters playing to the DJ music and dancing, and with the alcohol they drop dead, whereas the people listening to the good music, they are better. So the noise pollution is not only for the DJ music, it is for the horn and other things, and the noise can, especially high decibel, when it goes beyond 70, 80, it can cause the heart attack and then the cardiac arrest. Now coming to the pollution, the current scientific evidence shows that air pollution can cause the progression of atherosclerosis, and that's how the heart attacks are much more. And the pollution, especially the particulate 2.5 and 10, they trigger the heart attack because of the thrombosis. Whereas when you do the pranayama, and you are much better, and that's how the physiological benefits of meditation and pranayama is much more, and it increases the peripheral blood flow to the leg, and the person becomes very healthy when you do the yoga. So physiological benefits, it lowers the cortisol levels and reduces the alcohol consumption, addiction to the tobacco and the drugs, and decreases the alpha brainwave emissions, increases the skin resistance, and that's how we know when we meditate, feel good hormones are released from the brain, and they are called as endorphins and neuropeptides. And if the match the chemical benefits, the morphine injection that cardiologist like me give when the heart attack patient comes, the endorphin released from the brain is 100 times more powerful than the morphine injection. And that's how we know you can divine intervention can make you feel the pain sensation much better. So science behind the positivity is the brain's neuroplasticity allows you to adapt and change throughout the life, and positive thinking can rewire the brain, create more positive thoughts and pattern. So when you enter, you must spread the positivity. When you leave, you must leave the positive attitude. And that's what I have done. I have come to your conference and leaving the positive attitude with you all, and then this has been shown in the JACC, that is the Journal of American Cardiology. They have said that the heart failure and the quality of life is much better when they become more spiritual, and then the intervention is better. The heart failure patients also recover faster. Their going for the cardiac transplant is much less. So the patients who feel connected to the higher power feel less grief and uncertainty. Heart failure patients with spiritual well-being feel connected to the much greater sense. So when you see in the nature the divinity, you are always relaxed, and that's how we say Satyam Shivam Sundaram, and we are the happiest people, and this is exactly what Patanjali told. Discipline means tapas, and tapas means practice of self-discipline and control of physical appetite, and the passion to achieve the right goals and the ultimate union with the universe. So when you become one with the universe, the cosmic energy comes in you, and this is how we know you become much better. So friends, remember at the end, you are the captain of your heart, captain of your mind, captain of your whole body. And if you don't see the tip of the iceberg, your life will be disastrous and you die. And the choice is between the two. ನೊಣ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಜೇನುನೊಣ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ನೊಣ ಆದರೆ ಹೊಲಸಿಂದ ಹೊಲಸ್ಕೋಗಿ ಕಾಯಿಲೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಜೇನುನೊಣ ಆದರೆ ಹೂವಿನಿಂದ ಹೂವಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಮಕರಂದವನ್ನು ಮಾತ್ರ ತಗೊಂಡು ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ಜೇನುತುಪ್ಪವನ್ನು ಕೊಡುವಂತ ಉತ್ತಮ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳಾಗ್ತೀರಿ. Those who are getting drug addicted, smoking, drinking, they become like a nona. But those who want to be really good, if you want to have a healthy society around you, those who are practicing yoga, dhyana and Ayurveda, you should be like the honey bee, busy forever. So finally, kindness in words creates confidence, kindness in thinking creates profoundness, kindness in giving creates love, kindness in loving creates health and happiness. So be kind to yourself, be kind to your family members, be kind to the whole society around you, and that's the way to be good. So people think that hane bara badalaisakkagadilla. No. Upanishad says, we are as our deep driving desires are. As is our desire, so is our will. As is our will, so is our deed. As is our deed, so is our destiny. That means the Westerners think of dreams. You know, think dream, dreaming. The dream, are never come true, because the moment you wake up, the dreams are gone. But the Indian culture, the Indian samskara andre sankalpa. ಸಂಕಲ್ಪ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಹೀಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಉತ್ತಮರಾಗಿರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಸಂಕಲ್ಪ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್, ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ಮಗಳು ಅದರ ತಕ್ಕಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಕರ್ಮಕ್ಕೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಪರಮಾತ್ಮ ಪ್ರತಿಫಲ ಕೊಡ್ತಾನೆ. ಆ ಪ್ರತಿಫಲಕ್ಕೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಏನಂತೀರಾ, ನಮ್ಮ ಭವಿಷ್ಯ. So last year in Atlanta, when the American College of Cardiology, they felicitated me for the lifetime achievement. They asked me to speak about the yoga and the dhyana, and they gave a standing ovation because they have to learn from us. And this is how we know we can change the destiny by making the sankalpa today that this conference is not just exchange of knowledge. This is to make the sankalpa to make a better society in the future, and that's how we know. Don't think that it is impossible, we can't change the society. Make the beginning from here and you can achieve it, and definitely that is through the positive attitude. So I would say that the dawn is nowhere in the sight. They say, oh God, grant me the serenity to accept what I cannot change, the poor spirituality, but courage to change the things I can. Teach the importance of yoga and dhyana to the people and see that the change can occur. So as Krishna Paramatma says, the change is the only thing that is the constant in this world. And today youngsters, where all are going to the pub and drinking in India and also in the West, the youngsters have started the bhajan group, and they are doing the bhajans rather than going to the pub. And the bhajan is the one which connects you with the Paramatma, and that's how makes you better. And most of the people I see shaking hands. When you shake hands, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕೈ ಕೊಳೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅವ್ರ ಕೊರನ ನಿಮಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. When you do the namaskara, all the five fingers are joined. There you are going to the Paramatma's amsha in them, and they are going to you. So let us all continue our ancient culture and our whole body. Our life is like an orchestra. What orchestra? Our physical orchestra is a manifestation of our emotional orchestra. And this emotional orchestra is because of the biochemical orchestra. And that manifestation is the neurohormonal orchestra. And that is turned in the genetic and epigenetic orchestra. And ultimately, all of them, the quantum orchestra, leads to the harmony of environmental, within and outside us. And that's how The optimum integration of all these orchestras lead to the healthy heart and the wealthy mind. So when we have the healthy heart and the wealthy mind, and that can be done only through the divine intervention, that is the yoga, dhyana and the Ayurveda. And today we have streptokinase, PTCA, primary angioplasty, cardiac transplant, bypass surgery, implant and defibrillator, what not. Lakhs of rupees they are supplying. That is like the tree. But if your roots are not there, the tree will not survive. It is gone. And what are your roots? That is the lifestyle modification through the yoga and meditation. That can prevent the 5 S, that is the smoking, spirit, stress, sedentary habit and sleeplessness. And that leads to the bhava vikasa, mano vikasa. And that's how in Hindi it is this, Jaisa Vaisaman, Jaisaman, Vaisatan. And that's how, next slide, that's how if you want to really lead a fruitful life like Siddhaganga Swamiji, teaching for 85 years to the 10,000 odd children, the science, spirituality, and then the Samskriti and also mathematics, and then you can make a difference in this world. So तन की तंदुरुस्ती के लिए healthy heart and the wealthy mind are very important, and what you give to the society is more important than what you keep for yourself. And that's how we know yoga, dhyana and Ayurveda, they are the one taught by Shiva himself, and that is for the benefit of the people, not for taking the patent or making the money. So I wish all the best for all of you. Bhagavanta nimellargu Arogya Ayushu Samprata Sampatti Nemmadi Yashassu Tejassu Vachassu Ojassanna ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಉತ್ಕೃಷ್ಟ ಬದುಕನ್ನು ನಡೆಸುವಂತಹ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳಲ್ಲ ಶಕ್ತಿಗಳು ನೀವು ಆಗ್ತೀರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ, ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Thank you, ma'am, for such an insightful session. May I now request Dr. Shivanand sir to sum up this session.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and Ayurveda stalwarts, my gurus and the organizers. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to explain the ocean of knowledge, Dr. Vichara. She has touched, and probably everybody has been connected to her. I think my job is, she made my job very easy. The word Vichara, she is the epitome of the Indian cardiology, and across the globe, she is having many of the awards and many of the achievements across the globe. And there is no separate explanation to explain her. Balekundri madam is the Balekundri madam only. We cannot compare to anybody else. I think her father was a greatest scholar, a greatest engineer, who has given a lot of the irrigation department. They have given a lot of dams and a very big name in the field of agriculture and the irrigation. She is the heart of today's session, as she has spoken many aspects regarding the Ayurveda and the contemporary science, including the Sadvrata, the different aspects of the Sadvrata, the yoga, the concept of yoga in today's the relevance of yoga in today's the diseases of the heart, the relevance. Especially she has focused regarding preventive cardiology through Ayurveda. She is the authority in bringing bridging the gap between the contemporary cardiology and the ancient wisdom, that is the Vedic literature. So, almost she has explained everything, and I hope she has touched the heart of everybody here. And everybody's endorphin levels are very high after listening her the powerful lecture. Once again, I congratulate Madam for enlightening us. And thank you for the organizers for giving me an opportunity, especially Dr. Krishna Prasad, Dr. Purnima Madam, and all the organizers. Once again, thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Shivanand sir to felicitate Dr. Lakshmi ma'am. May I also call upon Krishna Prasad sir and Krishna Murthy sir on the dais. Requesting Dr. Ramchandra sir to come on the dais too. May I request Dr. Guru Prasad sir to kindly felicitate Shivanand sir. Thank you, dignitaries. We would like to let you know that all the gift vouchers, gift packs have been sponsored by SN Pandit. Thank you. We request all our esteemed delegates to kindly move to the respective halls for the paper presentations as scheduled. We wish you an engaging and enriching academic session. Also, if there are any questions regarding the sessions happened yesterday and till now, please drop your questions here for the panel discussion, which is going to happen at 12:30.
moving on to the next session. This session will be chaired by Dr. Shailaja Madam, Principal, SDM College of Ayurveda and Hospital, Hassan. And it is our privilege to have with us our distinguished speaker, Dr. Jamna Prakash Madam, renowned food scientist and former professor at the University of Mysore. I request all the delegates to kindly be seated, and I would like to welcome our dignitaries on the stage. Dr. Shailaja Ma'am and Dr. Jamna Prakash Madam. I request all the delegates and dignitaries to kindly be seated. The session is about to begin. We take pride in letting you all know that it is so far the all-women session, wherein the chair, co-chair, and everyone on the dais are women. The first session so far.
Cauvery Group of Institutions, CCARD and Maharaja Institute of Ayurveda welcomes Dr. Jamna Prakash. A renowned food scientist and former professor at the University of Mysore, Dr. Jamna Prakash is a global authority with over 275 research publications and 8,000 citations. With an extensive portfolio of 600 plus lectures, she is a premier expert in food composition, product development, and public health nutrition. Currently guiding doctoral research and advising global industries, she remains a pillar of innovation and academic excellence in the field of food science. We look forward to hear her talk on food processing and phytochemicals. Dear delegates, chairing this session is our distinguished chairperson Dr. Shailaja, principal of SDM College of Ayurveda and Hospital, Hassan.
May I now request Dr. Jamna Prakash Madam to take over the session.
Namaskara, good morning to all. Thanking the organizers for inviting me here. From yesterday, I think I've had a feast of lectures on different aspects of Ayurveda related to health. Everything really very endearing. But now I am taking you on to a very different platform. The title of the conference, the first word is nutrition, and then Ahara. I think my relationship with that is very close as a food scientist and nutritionist working for 5 decades in the area of research. I've been teaching, these two subjects. And what I am taking today is stemming from our own research in the laboratory, a small laboratory at University of Mysore Food Science and Nutrition Department. Most of my slides will have a lot of data. I really wouldn't know how that would appeal to you, because I think you've been hearing the theories, the philosophies, the protocols of treatment, diagnosis related to Ayurveda. But this is different because I am talking about the components of food, the components of food which we eat. And based on that, I'm taking on the processing methods, the dietary phytochemicals, and how we measure their retention and availability when we process foods. And for this we take in laboratory different kinds of food models which actually can predict that what happens to these phytochemicals when we are eating them. The structure is going to be, I would start with focus on health and wellness, then would maybe mention about the functional components of food restricted to phytochemicals, and then the major talk would be on effect of processing on bioactive components of foods using the food models which I mentioned, taking food grains, vegetables, processed products, and spices into consideration. To start with, the nutritional science is maybe about a century old. And the most important area of study was the discovery of nutrients, the study of their bioactivity, and there have been many developments related to their metabolism, their role, their requirements, and based on the requirements, we recommended that how much of each nutrient must be eaten. But then we also realized that nutrients were not the end of the story. The food had many more components other than nutrients. These could either be digestible or non-digestible, and maybe they did have a lot of function in the body. And that's where the focus on health and wellness started. And now the focus is on health management rather than disease management, and on prevention rather than treatment. That's what Ayurveda focuses on. About nutrients, I think we already know enough, but then the non-nutrients, the role is more to manage the disease condition and delay the disease progression. I think that's what is important for health. And then also to prevent the degeneration which happens due to aging, specifically reducing oxidative stress. Now these non-nutrient components which I am talking about, these can be, there are many which I have listed here. The role can be beneficial, it can be harmful, or maybe we still don't know about that because relatively this is a new area. And in these, the components with functions, they include phytochemicals, functional foods, nutraceuticals, and dietary supplements. I'm just focusing on the first one because in half an hour you really can't do more than that. This concept of food with function, this emerged with different kinds of terms and definitions. Under that, phytochemicals are supposed to be some non-nutrient components which are found coming especially from the plant kingdom, which have some or the more health benefits to humans. Some of them I have listed here. And now, the research focus shifted to what was the role of these components other than nutrients? What were the bioactive principles in them, if at all? How did they act? And if at all, what is their requirement? And the most important part was establishing a dose-response relationship. Because if you want to prove something in science, the science is evidence-based. And unless we have adequate evidence, we don't accept anything. So based on that, unless you are able to establish a dose and the response relationship, we really cannot define what this would do in the body. The beneficial role of phytochemicals, especially related to oxidative stress, because something which is related to this free oxygen radicals which are released in the body, and these phytochemicals, they act as antioxidants. They remove these free radicals. And their role is supposed to be in all these, whether you take the lifestyle diseases, starting from cancer to whatever, blood pressure, or maybe age-related degeneration, like it could be cataract, or it could be aging as such, or something else also, like osteoporosis, bone health. It's said to be related to all of these conditions. And going on to my work on phytochemicals, how do we do that? We take different foods coming from different groups. It can be cereals, millets, pseudo cereals, legumes, vegetables, whatever. Maybe sometimes even processed products also. We first measure the compositional changes, that is measurable content of bioactive constituents. Then we do bioaccessibility studies. Bioaccessibility is how much of this most probably would be available for absorption in the body. And then if you have to measure the bioactivity, there are different assays. The most important of the assays are antioxidant assays. Again, in antioxidant, there are different kinds of procedures which we use to measure the antioxidant activity of these components. So this is what I have used for all my studies. The study protocols which have been used are pre-processing and processing of foods, like milling, sieving, germination, fermentation, all these. All these are something which we use in our day-to-day food. This stems from that. And then the bioactive constituents which can be analyzed in the laboratory are phenolic constituents. Under phenolic constituents, we can characterize many of them. We have done that, though I'm not going into that because that really becomes too much. Tannins, flavonoids, carotenoids, and ascorbic acid, though it's supposed to be a nutrient, but because of its role as an antioxidant, this is also classed as a phytochemical. And then something also a little bit about the dietary fiber and antioxidant, because that's an important area related to phytochemicals. Starting with food grains, cereals, millets, and legumes. Yeah, different kinds of studies which I have taken up. Like you take the finger millet, the ragi flour. Whole ragi flour and sieved ragi flour, what happens? Because we very well know that, fundamental thought with these studies was the food is best in its natural form. We know that. But how do we prove that scientifically? When you sieve the flour, you take out a part of it. So it is not the way the nature has given you. The same way the wheat flour, whole flour and sieved flour. Now, yesterday, one of the speakers mentioned about maida. This is where the refining of wheat flour comes into picture. Then, cooking of that. So we had the finger millet or rice flour, gelatinized, converted them into different products like vapors and noodles. More than the product, this is to represent the processing method, steaming, frying, things like that. Then we dry that, and then we reconstitute, and again we try to do the analysis in all these products. So this tells us that what we, as I told you, that we study the composition, we study the bioaccessibility, we study the antioxidant activities, so things like that. Now, some part of the data, more than the data, I think I would just want you to focus on what we have done. Like we have, let us say this is ragi flour, finger millet flour. So we have the whole flour and the sieve flour, and you can see the amount of phenols and flavonoids which reduces on sieving. Then when you dehydrate that, convert them into noodle and then steam it again. Okay. But again you see what happens. You again dry them and deep frying. See, deep frying we know is actually not a very good mechanism of using food, because this is something whenever we do deep frying, the temperature is around 170 to 180 degrees centigrade, and that is where the maximum restriction of whatever constituents happens in the food, and it is difficult to digest fried food. That's the reason we always say that the fried food have to be taken in limited amount. I don't say don't take that, but in limited amount. So steaming and deep frying lowers bioactive components in finger millet product. That is the crux of the research which you have to take from here. See, then when you think about the digestible bioactives, how much of that can be digested, you can see that the midline which represents noodles or the steam product, therein the digestibility is highest of these bioactive components. That means in a hydrated matrix, you can have much more nutrients or other bioactive components absorbed than a drier matrix. And remember that most of the processed products which you get in the market ready to eat, they are available to you in dry form. Okay. So if you take in a dry matrix, the absorption is much lower. That is so true even for many nutrients. Here I have picked out data only on the phytochemicals. But we have done composition analysis of the entire nutritional profile of all these products, and everywhere we get sort of a similar data. Now this is another example of wheat flour. Now wheat grain can be milled into different fractions. Starting from a wheat grain, you get a whole wheat flour, you get fine rava, you get coarse rava, you can get wheat bran, and you get maida, that is a refined flour. Now see here, what we did, starting you can see the lowering of arrow. On the left hand side we have the whole wheat flour, and the right hand side we have the refined wheat flour. So the products made with that, chapati and puri. Puri is a fried one, chapati is just a roasted one, a pan-fried one, whatever you say. We also enriched that with the wheat bran again, and what we saw, bioactives were higher in whole wheat flour than refined flour. Bran enrichment increased phenolics or bioactive components, because when you take out bran from the wheat flour in the process of milling or sieving, we are actually excluding a lot of vitamins, minerals, then protein, fiber, as well as bioactive components. All that is going out with the bran. Then deep frying reduced both content and availability of phenolics. To make this little more clear, in my next slide, I have just taken just two for comparison, chapati and puri prepared with whole wheat flour and the refined flour. And here it is showing you the bioaccessible or digestible components from these two products. You can see that in chapati it is much higher, in puri it is much lower. The only difference here is of the processing method, which is frying, nothing else. Now similar studies done with rice flour. Here again we have like products prepared using dehydration, frying, steaming, everything. We also enrich the product with some antioxidant components to study, like onion, cabbage, rice bran, and all that. Of course, whenever we use any of the antioxidant-rich product, then it increased the content, that was for sure. But at the same time, we had the same result where the digestibility of bioactive components was much lesser in a deep fried or a dry matrix compared to a hydrated matrix in these products. Germination and fermentation. Again, two of the pre-processing technologies used quite a lot in our homes. Here we have four different like grains, wheat, ragi, chickpea, and cowpea again. And on fermentation, what happened? We saw that all the measurable phenolic compounds, you can see the increase is almost 2 to 4-fold of the phenolic compound. So in fermentation, we are improving the bioactive components. So that's why fermentation is said to be a very good pre-processing technology. Now, when we did the digestibility studies, we found that it was highest in germinated cowpea and fermented chickpea. So both germination and fermentation are supposed to be good pre-processing methods. The evidence is here that are home domestic technologies, how you can improve the nutritional profile of your products. Here, cooking of these two, chickpea and cowpea, you can see that, yes, that's also one thing. See, when we talk about digestibility, we have something called as rate limitation. That is, if the amount of the constituent is very high, percentage-wise the digestibility comes down, but if it is low, then it goes up. Because the body has a mechanism by it will try to take as much as possible from the existing environment. That happens in our intestines. So cowpea had a high content of phenolics, but a lower extent of digestibility, and that was vice versa in case of chickpea. The chickpea is the chana dal, whole chana actually. Okay, that's the black variety of chana. On that we have done the studies. Actually, we've also done all these using these grains from inorganic and organic sources because we wanted to study that also. We haven't found much difference between inorganic and organic as far as these are concerned, but in some cases, organic had higher phenolic constituents. Coming to vegetables, some of my studies. This is very basic, but I like to use this slide because this is very educative. What we did, we just had greens. We put them in the fridge. As you know, when you buy vegetables, you store them in the fridge. And we have taken ascorbic acid or vitamin C as a component just for demonstration. Okay. You always say in Ayurveda that one belief is that fresh vegetables or fresh food for that matter are a better source of nutrients than stored ones. Example is here. When you store greens in fridge, first 24 hours, we lose about 20% of vitamin C. Next day, it's about 50%. And then the last, it's about 70%. So you keep on storing. This is true for any vegetable. You keep on storing in fridge. The vitamin C content keeps on coming down. That's very true even for the B complex vitamins. We have done that also. But since I'm not showing any data on the nutrients, I'm not including that. Antioxidant components in fresh and dry greens, because drying is a very common technology used for processed products which you buy in the market, packaged products. Okay. Of course, greens as such come with a very high content of bioactive components. The previous speaker was talking about that because greens are actually health tonic. Okay, there was high content of components, but we also saw that when we dried them, there was reduction of ascorbic acid, carotenoids, whether total carotene or beta-carotene, but total phenols, we saw that there is an increase. Okay, so in a dry product, all of the bioactives were not destroyed. There is some of it wherein we see an increase also and we see a higher availability also. It depends on the type of food we are choosing. But one thing when we saw that we dried them and we did total antioxidant activity assay to see how, what is their antioxidant function. In the dry form, the activity was lower. And I have written for different greens the percent retention, like in Brahmi leaves, 40%, curry leaves, 30%, fenugreek is that methi, 34, and amaranth, which is that dantu, 13, around 13%. So some of the activity is lost when we dry the greens. That is there. That is antioxidant activity. Okay, retention of nutrients in cooked vegetable, again very common day to day. See, on the heat treatment, there's going to be partial restriction of vitamin C. That is very well known. And even when we recommend nutrients, we say that for vitamin C, we take that as 50% restriction. All of this is not destroyed, just about some percentage, and we take average of 50%. But in case of beta-carotene, you see that beta-carotene was much higher due to heat treatment because it gets released from the matrix. So in a heat-treated vegetable, we could estimate a much higher content of beta-carotene. This is very true for many products. Coming to some of the processed products, okay. Sometimes this doesn't work. Okay. We just take, I think maybe two I have just taken as an example, because in a market, you get the processed product in a mixed form, or even at home when you do that. It's not really just, you are not taking any single product as such, single foodstuff as such. So here we had a mixture of green gram and I think some green leaves. This is amaranth leaf, and cooked and homogenized. We need to do all this because when we are doing laboratory experiments, cooking and homogenization, drying that, then we store them at different temperature. One was room temperature, then 5 degrees, minus 70, that is frozen storage, and then we try to do antioxidant components and activity. This is to predict the food model which might occur in a processed product, packaged product. Okay. Now here we see that, yes, in this case, dehydration lowered the percent bioaccessibility of phenolics, but it did not influence the others significantly. In case of, like for example, flavonoids, carotenoids, beta-carotene, we saw that much difference was not there at all. But it just only for the phenolics it affected the bioaccessibility. So the effects vary depending upon the food mixture also. In single foodstuff you might have something, in a mixture you might have something. Depending upon how you are storing it, that also matters how much of that will be available. And in the stored mixes, we saw that this is the kind of retention of antioxidant component when we store them either in fridge or frozen storage or room temperature storage. So about 40 to 80% can be retained very well. And when we check the digestibility, we can see that here also it is different for different components, but some of it is less than around 50 or so. But in case of phenolic substances, the digestibility turned out to be much higher even in these stored mixes. This is one more product. We made cookies with carrots. See, carrot residue is a product which is remaining after the carrot juice is extracted. This is a byproduct of industry. So we wanted to make use of that carrot residue coming from the vegetable juice industry. And we enriched these cookies with 12% of the dry carrot. So really the carotene or the beta-carotene content becomes very high. Of course, we saw that it became a good source of carotenoid, definitely. But cookies could retain about 30% of total carotenoid and beta-carotene on 60 days of storage, about 2 months of storage. So this happened that when you are, all of you buy a lot of biscuits and cookies from the market. So please remember that in a stored product, the retention of whatever nutrient, it is going to be much lesser if the product has been stored for a long time. So as much as possible, if you see on the label, try to buy a fresh product wherein at least nutrients would be more. It's a very small thing I'm suggesting. I'm not suggesting please go and buy a biscuit, but I'm just telling you that the more a product is stored, the higher the losses. Some part would be available, but the losses are going to be there. This is one very good example for a common baked product, cookie or biscuit. This is to do with the bioaccessibility, same data. We saw that as we keep on storing that, the digestibility decreases slightly, but still some part of it is available. All of it is not destroyed anyway. Something about spices, because spices we use quite a bit in our food, especially in Indian cooking, and I think spices are actually a storehouse of phenolics or as total bioactive components, because whenever we estimated, we saw them to be a large content. You can see the amount is very, very high compared to any food grain or any other food stuff. These are very rich sources of bioactive components, and sometimes they even have carotene, but then flavonoids, tannins, phenols, everything really very, very high. And then, when we use spices, we generally roast them. And it's always a dry heat treatment most of the time, then you added the cooking product, okay, whatever we are cooking. So we had these products wherein we just tried control one, then we have the microwave roasted one and the roasted one. Microwave, we just treated that in microwave. Now in all cases, we saw that the antioxidant activity increased with heat treatment. So you go back to our tradition, you see that almost all the spices we always roast it dry and then convert them into some sort of rasam powder, sambar powder, whatever. So this is a technique which is used to increase its activity, which was very, very remarkable, which shows that this is a very rich source of all these components. These are the other two assays, because we use different assays for for antioxidant activity, and all the assays point towards increasing activity when we heat treat them, whether it is microwave or roasting or anything. Okay. Yeah, this is the last part wherein I just want to add something about the dietary fiber. Okay, because dietary fiber is supposed to be something with which all these bioactive components travel inside the body. We have the polyphenols, group 1 polyphenols, which are extractable, bioaccessible in the small intestine. In this comes vitamins, carotenoids, and small molecular weight polyphenols. But we have group 2, which cannot be extracted, which are not bioaccessible in the small intestine. These are polyphenol with large molecular weight, and these are in the fiber matrix of the food. Okay, and these cannot be estimated by usual method because they are released only by bacterial enzymes in the small intestine. So that's the reason when we want to study these, we have to take the food and we have to treat them with the digestive enzymes and then try to extract these polyphenols and then study them. Now why is it important? That's important because they modify the type and number of bacteria, that is growth of beneficial bacteria in the gut. And then they also control important metabolic and immune functions within the body. We can't measure them from outside. Okay. Appreciable amount of dietary antioxidants, mainly polyphenols and carotenoids, they traverse the small intestine intact with dietary fiber. They travel along with the dietary fiber. These reach the colon, get released from the fiber matrix, and produce metabolites and antioxidants by action of our own bacterial flora. And this is how they provide what we call fermentable substrate for bacterial microbes and enhance the immune system. So they are actually controlling our entire microbiome through which our health is maintained. And now to study these, what we did, we had again some grains, flours. We fractionated them into coarse and fine fraction because we just want to see what would be the fiber type in these two. And then we treated them with digestive enzymes. We went through a process of adding digestive enzymes and then trying to see what happens. What happened when we did that, we found that the content of all these polyphenolic substances increased when we treated them with the enzymes. So that was a very good evidence to show that inside our body, a lot of these phenolic substances are released which we can't measure from outside as such. Then, when we did the antioxidant activity using different assays, they are actually different assays, reducing power, free radical scavenging activity, total antioxidant activity, all that. So when we did all that, we saw that in each one of them, most of the time, the antioxidant activity was much higher than what you could measure without treating them with the digestive enzyme. So the summary of whatever I have told is that predictive food models, they help to understand the fate of phytochemicals in processed foods. Foods do contain substantial amount of phytochemicals which are influenced by different processing conditions because we use so many of them. Now, in most of the foods, measurable bioactive components increase in the presence of digestive enzymes, indicating the release from the matrix, what is happening within the body. And refining and deep frying will lower their availability, whereas other heat treatments are beneficial. So all these studies are to let you know that when we talk about traditional cooking techniques, when we talk about what happens with different cooking methods like baking, frying, steaming, boiling, each one of them is affecting our food constituents to a large extent. So how much is available? So remember that when you buy a processed product, so-called unhealthy product, okay. Now unhealthy products are coming from which category you know? The cakes, the biscuits, the pastries, the fried sweets, whatever. We have a full category. From where they are coming and what is happening to our body. Okay. So these are all the evidences which we gather, and this is something which helps us to project these to the students and tell them that why you have to select healthy diets or healthy foods. The data which I have projected, of course, comes from my 5 decades of work involving 25 PhD students, more than 100 graduate students, many research projects, and please remember that one slide which I show you carries weeks and months of analysis. It is not easy because in scientific analysis, we have to be very precise. The result should be reproducible, and it has to be exact. Otherwise, we can't project this data that is there. So it takes a lot of time and effort to get even that one slide which I am showing you here. But all that is for sure, that whatever happens, I am very sure that this is correct. And one more thing which we deal when we deal with food material is the variability. We were talking about the human variability. The same thing is there in food also. Food, when it's given by nature, we have a lot of variability. So when I say a wheat sample, it can have, we say 11% protein on an average, but the protein content can vary from 9% to 13%. So we have to do many studies, many samples and replicates to make sure that the data we get represent what we are trying to do. Because we have to take care of this variability in the food stuff also, which is given to us by the nature. So thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you, Madam. Now I would request Dr. Shailaja, Madam, to sum up the session.
Om Shri Dhanvantare Namaha. Om Shri Manataya Namaha. So, respected Speaker, Dr. Jamuna Madam, Jamuna Prakash Madam, and respected dignitaries in front and all scholars, one who are presented, one who are in hall. Actually, I was thinking, what a great opportunity to me, being a male chairperson for this session. Just, we are preparing for one project. It is on cookies, and combination of that, actually what Madam presented here. It is wheat, ragi, and Vidarikanda, Shatavari, and spices, pipali, Estimadu also, and the Yela, and Chai Kai, what nutmeg. So combination of that, and ajwain also. So I was thinking to connect with, actually we want to assess the nutritional values and the clinical study and nutritional assessment and also immunity. So I was trying to connect with the PGI Lucknow, Dr. Vikas Agrawal, and one more endocrinologist, Dr. Gaurav. So what an opportunity I got here to meet with Dr. Jamuna Madam also. And Madam's junior, Dr. Prema is also close to us. So once again I got the opportunity to hear Madam about all the whatever ingredients I told, the details of nutritional values of many of them, and I will get connect with the Jamuna madam for further my project, miss, when we are continuing with that project. And I was also able to hear from my great guru. I always salute our Vijayalakshmi Balakundri madam. Actually, she is pediatric cardiac surgeon. So I admire her. So she born 1950. So 75 years. So looking like not even 60. So the rejuvenation with whatever the food what she is eating. So that's what we can understand. Not only food, along with that, the environment in our body and agni of us. So as madam in summary she told, the beat of a different place and a different, it differs. Same way, whatever we eat, so our digestion capacity also, agni mede purohitam. So agni is very much important of each of us. So if agni is poor, then if whatever maybe the nutrition is, so it is waste. So that is why the agni of us, so nityam hitahara vihara sevi. So that needs to be hita for us also. Hita book, mita book and rita book. That is also important along with the nutrition. And I was thinking, when the madam was presenting, so for baby, we need food. As pediatrician, I always think about the same. So weaning food, we make mainly in South Canara belt. So we germinate the ragi, wheat and all, chana and this all. And then that will be pasted and fermented. Then we make a small cake like, we call it as ragi halle. And with that, the food is prepared. So that way, so that is very nutritious as, and it is given in the, during weaning itself. So, if in pediatric age itself, the babies, breast milk, then weaning food, and later whatever the food which the children take along with the proper agni. That is why the mainly Uramarun or Kerala Uramarun or in Karnataka Suttu Madhu Suttu Kara to have proper digestion. So from the birth itself, and as a, once again, to have everything along with that Swarna Prashna. These all things helps a lot for to have proper absorption and digestion and assimilation of food what we eat. So I got a great opportunity after coming here to chair this session and also to hear Vijayalakshmi Balakundri madam and to see the beauty of both of them. So thank you for the organizer for giving me the opportunity. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, madam. May I now request Dr. Shailaja madam to kindly felicitate Dr. Jamuna Prakash madam. I would also request Dr. N.V. Krishnamurthy sir and Dr. Purnima madam to join the dignitaries. you, Madam. I now call upon Dr. Ranjini Karthik, MD, SN Pandit Pharmaceutical, Mysore, to felicitate Dr. Shailaja Ma'am. SN Pandit Pharmaceuticals has been a major sponsors for this event. A huge round of applause for them. Thank you.
A token of appreciation, gratitude for the sponsorship. Thank you, ma'am. May I now call upon Dr. Madhusudan sir to come on the stage and accept our token of gratitude. I request Krishna Prasad sir, Krishnamurti sir and Ramchandra Naisargi sir to please come on the dais. Thank you, sir. May I now call upon Dr. Srishant Sharma, sir, to please come up on the dais and accept our token of gratitude. Thank you, sir. May I now call upon Mr. Varun Gururaj sir to come on the dais and accept our token of gratitude. Varun sir. Varun sir, he's been a huge part of our management now, takes care of the AI. So, few words.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Varun, and then we are part of a company called Achita. So, like the name says, it also derives from the ancient Hindu name from Sanskrit. It's called wisdom. Achita in Sanskrit is wisdom. So, we are also learning, and then we are here with an intention to learn amongst all of you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, sirs, for having us here. It's been a privilege. So, we've been doing conference setups for last 2 years. So, we are just trying to integrate technology into healthcare. So, that's what we've been doing. So, you can find us online. We're on all the social medias. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Have a lovely day.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite Dr. Mukesh, sir, from Switzerland, Zurich, to please come up on the stage. Dr. Umesh, sir.
Actually, I have a very, I'm nervous when I speak on the mic. Thank you very much. I'm from Bangalore. I studied, I've been practicing Ayurveda medicine in Switzerland and running a school there in the Switzerland. And it's my great pleasure to be connected with Krishnamurti sir and Purna madam. And this was my great pleasure. Thank you very much.
Dr. Umesh is from Zurich. More than 25 years, he is convinced to the European people, and he is having a teaching institute there with Ayurveda and Yoga. He did it very well, and he visits often. So, thank you very much, sir. Thanks a lot. It's our pleasure.
Again, a very good morning to everybody. Again, a very good morning to all of you. I recognize the presence of our Guru, Dr. N. Anjaney Murthy, in the audience, and I extend on my very heartiest, warm welcome to him on behalf of every one of us present here, a stalwart in the field of Ayurveda medicine. And for all of you to know, this afternoon at the valedictory session, Guru Anjaney Murthy sir will be conferred the Lifetime Achievement Award by the Dr. Chandrasekhar Foundation with the Cauvery Ayurveda Guru Tilaka Award. A warm congratulations to all of you.
Now it is time to honor our sponsors. I would like to call upon our sponsors. The first one from the Dudhpapeshwar Pharmaceuticals, Kottakkal Ayurvedashala. Kindly do come on the stage, please. GSS-CSR, Preventive, Gufic Healthcare, Nutrisukan Biotech, Green Remedies, Agencies, Avian Ayurveda, we would also like to extend our thanks to our banking sponsors, HDFC Bank. We have with us our sponsors from Doodh Papeshwar Pharmacy. Thank you, sir. We would also like to extend our heartfelt thanks to our one more main sponsor, Cycle Agarbati's. Thank you. We will now proceed for the tea break. All the delegates are requested to assemble back within 10 minutes. Thank you.
Kindly sit in your seats. We will resume the session now. Kindly take your seats. We are about to resume the session. May I now request Professor Dr. Navita Timaya ma'am to please come on the stage and accept our token of gratitude. Please ma'am. I request Dr. Prasanna Rao sir and Krishna Prasad sir to please come on the stage. I request Ramchandra Naisaki sir and BJR sir to come on the dais. More than happy to let you all know that ma'am has been a major sponsor to our conference. A big round of applause. Thank you ma'am.
I congratulate all the organizers for organizing such a wonderful event. From yesterday, I heard so many wonderful lectures which was meaningful to everyone, not just the Ayurveda fraternity. So quite a meaningful deliberations. And once again, I congratulate each and everyone who is behind the success of this event, the International Conference on Ahara, Vihara and Arogya, Vichara. Thank you.
May now request our banking partners, HDFC, representative to please come on the stage and accept our token of gratitude. This is from HDFC Bank, our banking partners. Thank you, sir. Thank you, dignitaries. Moving on to the next session. This session will be chaired by Dr. Prasanna N. Rao, sir, Director, SDM Institute of Ayurveda, Hassan, And it is our privilege to have with us our distinguished speaker, Dr. Vijendra Murthy sir, founder of Murthy Clinic. May I invite Dr. Vijendra sir and Prasanna Rao sir onto the stage, please.
Cauvery College of Ayurveda, CCARD and Maharaja Institute of Ayurveda welcomes Dr. Vijay Murthy. Dr. Murthy is a global authority in integrative medicine with an internationally acclaimed physician with over 30 years of experience and is a dual-trained expert with a PhD in health services as his academic excellence. Founder of the Murthy Clinic in London's Harley Street, he is a physician to global leaders including the British royal family. A former clinical lead and chief scientific officer for Ayurveda at the College of Medicine, UK. We look forward and hear him talk on artificial intelligence and precision medicine, redefining Ayurveda for evidence-based, person-centered healthcare. Dear delegates, chairing this session is our distinguished chairperson Dr. Prasanna N. Rao, Director of SDM Institutes of Ayurveda, Hassan.
May I now invite Dr. Vijendra sir to take over the session. Please, sir.
Namaste and good morning to all of you. I'm really overwhelmed with joy and emotions because I'm in the midst of so many well-intentioned and experts, not just in the field of Ayurveda, but across disciplines. And I had the greatest pleasure of being in their presence and also listening to their amazing knowledge and wisdom. I often, having lived in the West for a very long time, don't get the opportunity to pay reverence to my teachers. What I learned here is no matter how high you are in terms of your career, even if you have climbed the peak of the mountain, what I realized in the last 2 days is the devotion, the reverence that these experts have for the heritage and the lineage that have come through. So may I, take this opportunity before I talk about artificial intelligence and evidence-based Ayurveda to actually go back to my heritage and to remember the gurus without whom it would have been impossible for me to manifest the hidden essence of what India, Ayurveda, I have inherited through this amazing heritage. And in my tradition, we bow to our guru by actually chanting the lineage that we come from. And I'm particularly grateful, and also I'm very fortunate that my very beloved Dr. Prasanna Rao is chairing this session, and who else could be a representative for the epitome of Ayurveda and its propagation. So in the form of greeting Dr. Prasanna Rao as Guru, I'm going to all of the Gurus, and let me do it the way how my parents have taught me to do it whenever you are in the presence of great people here. So it is certainly the blessings of gurus which I have found that has given me the possibility to express the knowledge, the passion that I have for humanity, and through using Ayurveda as a vehicle to deliver that. And today I'm going to be talking about AI and precision medicine to redefine Ayurveda for evidence-based, person-centered healthcare. What I realize is I don't mean by we need to create an Ayurvedic robot which is going to replace the amazing minds that actually are the key delivery agencies of Ayurveda. What I mean is the complex system of Ayurvedic knowledge for many of us, who may not be as gifted or as skilled as many who probably are in this audience, who have imbibed this knowledge and made it their own, that they actually can think of and take decisions when it comes to clinical care without needing the tools of technology. But I would say that only a very small percentage of Ayurvedic professionals, even if you have the best intention to become like them, we still will be aspirational in our effort, not necessarily equal their brilliance. And that's where technology tools will greatly help. To give a very simple example, like my dad, who is 86, and if I mention some particular address in New Zealand, he will actually be able to tell me how to get to that place without seeing the map. Whereas for me, to sometimes find the bathroom in my home, I may have to use GPS. So that's how dependent we have become on technology. So I'm not saying that we want to make our future Ayurvedic professionals lazy by using AI. What I'd like to emphasize is I'm not talking about the AI that many of us may be using to do our essays and assignments. What I'm focusing on is building an artificial intelligence system which can give us that language model and reasoning model, not being consumers of AI as many might think, but creating AI to align the vast, magnificent knowledge that's there in Ayurveda to create the impact that Ayurveda has always intended to create. Next slide, please. So, if I'm going to use the word of techies, as I also collaborate with some of the key scientists who are at the cutting edge of incorporating artificial intelligence in order to elevate Ayurveda, not to approximate Ayurveda to AI, but to enhance and highlight the complex system. And I'm working with Dr. Bala Pesada, who, if you search on the internet, would be the very first name you see promoting the use of AI to encapsulate and also to capture the vastness of Ayurveda for everyday application. So many of what I'll be presenting are the research which Dr. Bala Pesara has done, and our collaborations and the studies which started not just in the last 2-3 years when many of us discovered AI, but as back as 2008. I hope I'll be able to stimulate those thoughts in you, how when we mix tradition with technology in the right way, that we could be at the cutting edge of what we have always been promising to the world, including the Ottawa Charter for Health Promotion, which still is an intentional statement. I'm sure those who have been trained in public health like Dr. Bashwati and myself, we understand the reason why we need Ayurveda to step up, not just for India, but for the globe, is essentially Ayurveda has all the tools, the concepts of what we can implement to create the best health outcomes in the populations as well as in individuals. So if I'm talking about a tech terminology, which I'm sure many who are sitting here who are probably at the back of this auditorium will easily relate to, like your phones, Ayurveda 1.0, Ayurveda 2.0, Ayurveda 3.0. My talk is about, can we go from Ayurveda 1.0 to Ayurveda 3.0? But unlike your smartphones, Ayurveda 3.0 is not a better version than Ayurveda 1.0. These are three different layers of evolution. And if we look at Ayurveda 1.0, we are looking at this non-linear, complex, multimodal knowledge system which is there in Ayurvedic classics. Because the information is not just in one chapter. For instance, the time when we were looking at understanding Agni or Ama, I just had wished that there was one chapter that Charaka or Sushruta or even Vagbhata, who was a great summarizer of knowledge, would have made it easy for me, for someone like me, not like many who are here, that to understand Agni or Ama. But have you come across? It's across different chapters. There are so many commentaries. There are different contexts. So the knowledge is very complex. And what we essentially find in classical Ayurveda is that even before you start to think of what disease this person has, you essentially are asking the question, what kind of person are you treating? And this phenotypical mapping of an individual is the biggest gift, I would say, of Ayurveda to the present world, because we have become so hell-bent upon quickly diagnosing and treating without understanding the person who has the disease. Many in the last 2 days, in many different ways, have spoken about how each of us are different as individuals. I was so surprised that somebody who is not so steeped in health, medicine, or Ayurveda, like the bureaucrats and politicians yesterday, also mentioned the same thing. The same food is not going to have the same effect on two different individuals. But you see, we talk about these things in a very general way. We talk about these in a way that is common sense. But is there a structure to it? Can we actually structurally, formally assess how different is Dr. Prasanna Rao to that of me, even if we probably have the same characteristics of Prakriti, let's say Vata and Pitta? For that, Ayurveda, as far as I know, is the only system where there is a formal structure of differentiating two individuals, and that reliability which is there in Ayurveda is spread across the classical Ayurvedic texts in a language which is compound and complex, which for many of us as modern individuals, we would find the concepts very interesting. Nevertheless, we still find them as very abstract ideas without having the tool to translate that with repeatability and certainty, that we absolutely are sure that this is how I can apply the phenotypic types described in Ayurveda in my everyday practice. So that is Ayurveda 101, where the clinician or anybody who is seeking health is asking, what is this person, what are their characteristics, and what are their imbalances, even before we look at their disease. So which is where Prakriti, Vikriti, Dosha, Dhatu, Mala, Agni, Bala, and the dynamics of change in doshas with that of time, seasons, and the stages of life, all of which become very important to assess in one individual. Now let's move to Ayurveda 2.0, which is we know that there are phenotypical differences in individuals, but can we understand the biological expression of these phenotypical differences? See, even when we listen to the lecture yesterday by Dr. Yaji, who have immense respect for the work that he is doing, he, in his mind, was also looking at what was the biological markers which changed with Ayurvedic intervention. So typically, for all of us who have been born and trained in an era where, for want of a better word, modern science was our foundational education, whether we want it or not, we can translate anything which is very conceptual and complex like Ayurveda if we are given the tool of understanding it from a biochemical perspective. I'm not saying one is superior to the other, but most of us are, as I say, multilingual. For instance, for me, although I can't speak many Indian languages, I can understand many Indian languages. I can speak Kannada very well. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನಾನು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲೇ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ಬೆಳೆದಿದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ತಾಯಿ ಮನೆ ಕಡೆ ತಂದೆ ಮನೆ ಕಡೆ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಮೈಸೂರವರು. ಸೊ I can think in Kannada, I can speak in Kannada, but if you ask me to like appreciate a Hindi movie, I'll have to read the subtitles. So what I'm saying is, let's think of biochemistry or biochemical markers or biological markers more as a language that we can understand rather than a superior concept. And I hope you can relate to that sentiment. Fortunately, I've never had to defend myself as to whether Ayurveda is inferior or superior to Western medicine. For some reason, maybe because I had the grace of someone's blessing that everywhere I have gone, whether in New Zealand, Australia, or UK, from academics to national TV, they are actually interested in me because I can speak their language and the language of Ayurveda. And so, for me, it has never been about Eastern thinking versus Western thinking, or Ayurvedic thinking versus modern medical thinking. They see me as somebody who can, like an amphibian. I feel like I'm a frog. Probably not in a little well. Maybe I'm a frog in a bigger pond, but I can switch between Ayurveda and Sanskrit and biochemistry, also because I learned Sanskrit from the age of 3, which is what got me to Ayurveda, the spirit of Sanskrit, because I know more Subhashitas than the quotes from Ashtanga Hridaya. So Ayurveda too is really about, can we find biological equivalence for what we say is phenotypical? I'm going to demonstrate to you in the next few slides how, through studies, we are able to see the clear biological differences, which are starking differences when you consider the phenological differences as Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. So if we can say that somebody has Vishama Agni, and they are Vata Prakriti, and we assess them from a complete Ayurvedic classical way without taking any help of modern medical science or modern scientific terms, and yet when we find the correlates in modern science, we are able to establish that. So initially, we need to be able to understand the phenotypical descriptions in Ayurvedic classics. Then in Ayurveda too, if we can find the biological equivalence of that, then we have a clear roadmap which would give us Ayurveda 3.0, which is the integrative intelligence. So Ayurvedic classical information or knowledge is foundational intelligence, because that's our foundation. We can't deviate from it. And Ayurveda too is more the objective phenotypical information, which is more biochemical. Ayurveda 3 is where it becomes exciting, because this is integrative intelligence. And in integrative intelligence, what we are looking at is how can we provide tools that most of us are using on an everyday basis, like, let's say this is not an engagement ring, it's an outer ring. And it measures my heart rate variability, my sleep patterns, it measures my oxygen saturation, it tells me when I'm excited, when I'm stressed, and when it is positive stress and when it is negative stress. So this is recording my data all the time, 24/7, and I use many different gadgets simply because, you know, I was born into a family of, on one side, all Vedic scholars, and on the other side, extraordinary engineers. You know, many of them actually were part of working with Vishveshwaraya and have contributed to many projects here in Mysore. I have great fondness for Bangalore and Mysore as these two cities where my roots go into. And we can create those tools which make it easy for the everyday consumer. Can we go to the next slide, please? So initially, what do we need? What we need is to be able to distill and extract the complex Ayurvedic concepts and knowledge and information into what in technology we call the knowledge graphs. So knowledge graphs, what they do is like a large learning model, unlike you and me who have to go through the classics for years and years to actually extract the information. In third year BMS, I think third or fourth year BMS, we had to do a compilation. And you know, I was born in a pre-internet, I was born in a pre-television era, and so we would go to libraries. In fact, I remember I had come to the Oriental Library in Mysore when I was doing my research on Daivavyapashaya Chikitsa and looking at the manuscripts. And we had to go through that. And it took so much time. Whereas if we have large learning models, we can scale the extraction of knowledge without dilution, without inaccuracies, because human cognitive limits have to be accepted. We can't be so very arrogant that I can say, even if I'm very intelligent, I don't think anybody, I'm not saying I'm intelligent, but even for those who are very intelligent amongst you, it's not possible to extract knowledge in a fraction of a second without missing anything, and accurately artificial intelligence does give us that opportunity. Imagine if we had, considering, let's say, the concept of Agni or Ama, and we are looking at its relationship to doshas and dhatus and malas and shrotasas and kalas and diseases and nidanas, if we can establish these key nodes as Agni as a node, Ama as a node, and its relationship to various other aspects. So establishing the relationship between nodes and the relationship between entities to understand how I can analyze somebody always makes it very easy because you already have the blueprint or roadmap. So in extracting Ayurvedic classical knowledge, or even knowledge in those who are extraordinary, like many, I can quote many examples here. Let's take the example of Dr. Anjaneya Murthy. How can we extract the amazing knowledge system which is in his brain? Can we create a graph? Artificial intelligence does. We cannot replace Dr. Anjaneya Murthy, but we can at least extract some of the knowledge in his amazing brain. But of course, you know, we have to go back to what Charaka says is Shastram Jyoti Prakashartam Darshanam Buddhiratmana. While we can still use all this knowledge graph as Shastra, it is there only to illuminate the darkness, but it is not there to take the decision. So AI is Shastra, but Darshana, or looking at it, has to be through our Buddhi and Atma. So it becomes your clinical assistant. It doesn't become a replacement for you. So we can actually use knowledge graphs to create these dense, non-linear, complex information into what can be coherent and very personalized information that can help us in taking clinical decisions. Next slide, please. And in a study which was conducted in 2008, Fraser and his colleagues, see, I'm talking about 2008, when perhaps I think we didn't even have WhatsApp, right? I remember like the first time I realized about WhatsApp was when I was doing my PhD in Australia, and I thought, this is unbelievable. Like, how can you actually have this free communication too? So that was 2011. This study is in 2008. So this is not something which was done like yesterday. Artificial intelligence has been cooking for a very long time. It's that it's been researched and investigated, but its application for the general public only came up recently with OpenAI. So like anything, it's gone over a long period of process. And in this study, what they found is that the phenotypical, they studied 96 healthy adults, and they looked at extreme prakritis. I mean, in academia, we use that word extreme prakriti simply to mean that it's ekadoshaja prakriti, vata, pitta, or kapha. And these were all assessed by traditional Ayurvedic clinicians without the help of any other technology. And then they were studied for their biological markers using the multi-genomics. You know, like we have the metabolomics, genomics, we have microbiome and blood tests, molecular markers. And then when they mapped out, they found out that those who were of Vata Prakriti shared certain key biological characteristics which was distinct from Pitta Prakriti. Like those who were of Pitta Prakriti were very different from Kapha Prakriti biologically. For instance, those who were Kapha Prakriti, even when they were healthy and had a healthy nutrition and lifestyle, balanced nutrition and lifestyle, their biological predisposition was to extract more energy from food, store it as fat. And their ability to have resilience towards stress was far greater than their ability to respond to stress positively, those with Vata Prakriti. And in Pitta Prakriti, they found that biological markers which correlated with inflammatory biomarkers were far greater, naturally, even in a non-disease condition. So this seminal research in how we can understand classical Ayurvedic phenotypes of Prakriti Vikriti and its reflections in biological markers actually has led a way to the application of AI in Ayurveda. Because when we think of Agni or Ama, I'm sure all of you, when you think of Agni, you see the reflections of it in changes in one's glucose spiking. Because today, a lot of us are used to wearing continuous glucose monitoring. I just didn't wear it now because, you know, when I wear it, those who are not familiar with, they'll ask me, oh, are you sick? And then you'll have to answer them. But generally, I do wear my continuous glucose monitoring to see how my glucose spikes in response to sleep, exercise, food. And so this study was really foundational in changing our understanding of, yes, it is possible to correlate Ayurvedic classical phenotypes more biochemically. Next slide, please. Okay, that's one aspect of it. We can create knowledge graphs, we can look at the phenotypical or biological phenotypical expressions, but whereas artificial intelligence can be of immense application in Ayurveda is when it comes to drug selection. You know, I'm not just talking about new drug discovery. That's different. We can use it there. But when it comes to drug selection, how many times I kind of think, okay, if I had the shlokas in my head of Charaka's Dashemanis, and I'm seeing a patient, and if only I was able to recollect the Bhava Prakash's descriptions of various karmas, and my patient would benefit. You know, like what some of the speakers yesterday said, sometimes there must be that moment of some karmic influence which creates this intuition in you that I'm actually going to use this herb. And if you think of, okay, if we don't have that gift of intuition, all of us have, we have to develop it, but at least technology can somehow explain. The other thing is Ayurvedic drugs and Ayurvedic formulations. Let's take a simple thing like turmeric, which is very popular in the current wellness area, or a complex formulation like Chamanaprash or Drakshasava. I don't want to say Dashamularishta because so many of the Dashamulas themselves are quite controversial. So Draksharishta, I assume we can identify the ingredients. We cannot, there is no point doing a single molecule and single target research, because Ayurvedic drugs and formulations have complex molecules, and it works across multiple pathways, multiple metabolic pathways. So as what we are thinking of systems biology, that's the key tenet of Ayurveda. The other contribution of Ayurveda to the world is it also has systems pharmacology. And how do we express the systems pharmacology, which is the greatest gift that Ayurvedic seers have given us, by adding more and more drugs and formulations from Charaka to Baba Prakasha, and later we can utilize AI. Because a straight pharmacological investigation or research, you would have to go by one molecule, one target, one molecule, one receptor, and assess it. And when you do that, we are getting the information, but we are missing out on the wisdom of these herbs. And that's why we today have so much of a resurgence of extracts, but not the whole drug or the formulations. And when we think of this, AI can handle such complex data. So my request to you is, do not look at AI in a very naive way, that it is about asking ChatGPT, can you reply to this email from my patient? Even having looked at that, it kind of goes back and gives you a very patronizing, nice sounding but not intelligent response, which sounds good but is not very useful. I'm not talking about that AI, I'm talking about the back-end building in AI. Next slide, please. So we can also use AI in order to personalize nutrition. Because what we see is Ayurveda emphasizes on how there is no right food or wrong food. We all know that, like in Vaishya Kalpana or in Ahara, that what can be Visha, a poison for one person, can be elixir or amrita for the other person, and how do we do that? So in Ayurveda, Patya and Apatya is not about a list of good foods. Pato anapetikaram patyam. So we need to understand that within the context of that person. And when we try to do that, there is only right food for you, not good food or bad food for you. And if we want to arrive at the right food for an individual who might be of the same prakriti as another person, we actually can utilize AI to help us take those decisions. Next slide, please. What we found through studies is that the gut enterotypes, they very beautifully correlate with people of Vata, Pitta, Kapha Prakriti, or even if you are looking at Vishamagni, Tikshnagni, and Mandagni. See, in Vishamagni, the gut-brain axis, the microbiomes which are linked to gut-brain axis are more upregulated or sensitive. In Pitta Prakriti, it's the more the inflammatory microbiomes or inflammation-related microbiome which is more upregulated. And in Kapha, it is certain types of butyrates which are more. Like in Vata, we found that the butyrate levels, some of the speakers spoke about short-chain fatty acids yesterday, which actually protect the immune system of the gut's lining, the enterocytes. So if we can differentiate in a Vata Prakriti person with Vishamagni or in a Vata Prakriti person with, let's say, Tikshna Agni, what could be the biological equivalence from a microbiome perspective, and then decide on what kind of nutrition we can give, which is culturally relevant. See, what's happened for people like me who have moved away from India and have lived in different parts of the world, it's almost impossible for us to recreate the Indian diet in our everyday diet, even if we want to. The best is when we want to feel the Indian diet, we might go to Sharavana Bhavan. That's about it, where the food is not good, it's very spicy. So what I'm talking about is the realities. But to make Ayurveda culturally relevant, to utilize, say, Ayurvedic diet is about local diet, seasonal diet. It has to be locally available, locally grown. So importing many of the foods from India to the UK, when it's already irradiated, has sat in the ship for several months. Professor, this morning, you described the effect of storage and its impact. And yesterday, the yoga teachers spoke about it. It's not just about nutrition, but it's about the prana. So when we think of all of these aspects, the highest of prana, even if you are thinking about it, has to be local. But how do we make the local foods Ayurvedic foods? If we can have an understanding of the differences in gut microbiome, that's possibility. Next slide, please. And as I said before, like with each prakriti, there are certain specific microbiomes that can be predominant. Next slide, please. And this has been spoken about several times in this conference. I mean, in fact, yesterday, the MLA of this constituency also actually touched upon it. That, like, one food may have different effects. So I'm just explaining it in a more fanciful scientific way. In this study, so 1,000 healthy individuals were given cookies and bananas, not at the same time, at different times, and continuous glucose monitoring. What was noticed is in certain individuals, certain percentage of this population, study population, the glycemic index, although was the same, the glycemic response was different. See, banana has approximately about 56 glycemic index, that's fixed. But the glycemic response is highly individualistic. So how do I then, even if I'm using conventional dietetics and say if I'm treating a patient with diabetes, say that you cannot have bananas? Am I truthful? If I don't actually study what is the response of banana in that individual, I'm giving wrong information. Probably that's the reason why when diabetes started to become prevalent in South India, when we had less darshinis in Bangalore and we probably ate at home, and when more darshinis became available in Bangalore and now Swiggy and so many other apps, at the very beginning doctors were advising that don't eat rice, have wheat. But then after about 10 years, it's better to eat rice than wheat because our gut microbiome in South India is not used to chapatis. And this research also showed that rice in kapha individuals had a greater glycemic spike than rice in vata individuals. And that was the beauty of this study. It showed that the glycemic response was better in a vata prakriti person than a kapha prakriti person when they were pre-diabetic or diabetic. So when we look at that, this kind of insight, when we overlap it with artificial intelligence, helps us to be very truthful, not in giving somebody a propaganda. See, what I don't believe is somebody coming on social media and telling the whole world that from tomorrow, the one food that you need to eat. It is impossible. One food that you may have found exciting and useful to you may not be the solution for the rest of the world. Yeah, it might increase your viewership and popularity, but it can also do harm. So we need to be really going back to the tenets of Ayurveda, which is about personalized advice, and also science can help. Next slide, please. Because the glycemic response to any food is dependent on so many multiple factors. See, in public health, we also talk about there is no such thing as one cause and one disease. Even for one disease, there is a causal pie. And when you think of the causal pie, like a pie, one piece of it is essential cause, and when there is a sufficient cause, then there are contributing factors. But even if we start to modify the contributing factors, it will reduce the intensity of the sufficient cause so that we can change the course of the disease. Because we are complex beings. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, what I'd like to say is Ayurveda, by utilizing AI, is not being modernized, it actually is being revealed. Because if you look at Charaka, he says that those who are ekasantigrahis and some are bahusantigrahis, and for me, I'm never ekasantigrahi. I need to really understand something very slowly. And so that way, AI is not going to dumb down Ayurveda. It's, if anything, is going to elevate Ayurveda to what it truly is. And Ayurveda as a phenotypic system-based medical science, not just as, okay, it is label a disease and treat the disease, but you're understanding that individual, which is where precision medicine is heading. And AI as the analytical infrastructure, not the authority. So you get a roadmap, and when you have the roadmap, it helps you to visualize and then take a decision as a clinician. It is not going to replace you. And from intuition to measurable phenotypes. What I mean is not that, intuition is anything to be undermined or underestimated, but if you want to explain why do some people have this intuition, which others may not have, possibly we can look at the application of AI, which possibly can give a little bit of hint why that certain physicians can think this way, even if they have the same amount of knowledge to you, and to make those differences. And from generalized advice to precision drugs and precision nutrition, from tradition alone, like evidence generating, to person-centered care, because I must say that many speakers have spoken about, while we think of conventional medicine, I wouldn't even say it's Western medicine, it's conventional medicine, because we all were educated in biology and chemistry before even we started to look at Ayurveda. Well, in my case, I knew Sanskrit, but I knew Kalidas and Bhartrihari, but not Ashtanga Hridaya. Only I came to know about Ashtanga Hridaya when I came into BAMS, and it's a complex system. So when I think of that, really, when you think of evidence-based medicine, like yesterday Dr. Bashwati also highlighted, which often is what I'm called for on national media and in various senators' debates, they ask me, do you truly think that evidence-based medicine is the core of practicing healthcare or medicine? No, because even today, it's the brilliance or clinical acumen of experts in medicine which informs the guidelines. And in fact, if we are very stringent in looking at is everything in conventional medicine is evidence-based, very surprisingly, only 6.5%. So 6.5% is evidence-based. But what I like to say to all of you, who are learners of Ayurveda, like me, because Ayurveda is a journey forever, much like music. Yeah, you can never. My mom is 82, and she's still learning new kirtanas and new varnas, although she has played violin for 70 years of her life. So Ayurveda is like that. Ayurveda has practice-based evidence, and we cannot underestimate the value of practice-based medicine when we become overly excited about evidence-based medicine. because longitudinal studies is what show that how we can make an impact on lifestyle. If we are today in this conference talking about Ahara, Vihara, Vichara and its impact on health, let me tell you, it's not even science that has improved our health outcomes, it's our infrastructure. It's clean water, clean environment, access to good food, better roads to travel, access to healthcare. And in that sense, I'm excited about India, because even if you're not talking in that terms, the infrastructure of India, from when I left to now, maybe it needed some bad people to leave India for India to get better, that it's fascinating. So we can expect that even infrastructural changes, like the road from Bangalore to Mysore is enjoyable now. At one time, like traveling from Bangalore to Mysore would kind of be a challenge because of the roads. We had to take so many stops at Maddur, at Chenpatna, because it was so exhausting. But now it's like you fly through. But even that kind of infrastructure can hugely help in changing our health outcomes. So what I'm going to say is change in health is as exactly what Charaka, Sushruta, Vagbhata, they all say is not because of medicinal application, but because of a change in the person, change in the environment. We need to go into that determinant model of healthcare rather than becoming specialists. One request that I have for all the stalwarts here who are at the forefront of creating curriculum and future direction for Ayurvedic graduates is what I see, which is a very sad development, is that why would postgraduate courses in Ayurveda, why do they reflect the allopathic model of super specialization? Like why is that Shalakya, ENT and Shalakya ophthalmology? Can any of you put your hand on your heart and as Ayurvedic physicians say, I cannot think anything out of ophthalmology in Ayurveda. We essentially, that way, if you were to go by that sense, then we should not even take Charaka as our role model, because Charaka was a generalist. Charaka was not specialized in one thing. He was specialized in philosophy, in Dravya Guna, in Agada, in life and everything. And one thing I would say is India is making huge progress and becoming a role model for the rest of the world in economy, in size, and also in health. But if India has to become a role model of health, other than investing in health technology, if India invests in translating the holistic nature of Ayurveda, that would be the biggest gratitude that we can express to our acharyas like Charaka, Sushruta and Vagbhata. And I do hope that no matter for employability, you may have to do your postgraduate courses in a particular discipline. Now, how can I see in this audience, there are so many that I know I studied with who are excellent as clinicians, but they are stuck to one particular discipline because the system does not allow them to do anything outside of that. Many here who are Dravya Guna specialists, and they are slotted into Dravya Guna, but they are excellent clinicians. And my kind of really very humble request is, let's not just make our healthcare Ayurvedic and holistic, let's also make our Ayurvedic education holistic, because this can be a model for the world where super specialization has extended our lifespan but decreased our health span. And if Ayurvedic postgraduate education is with a particular expertise in one area, but being able to allow that person to be a generalist, that can be a super example of what India can show to the rest of the world, how our system of education and health training can be the foundation for addressing the healthcare problems that's there worldwide. With that, I would like to conclude my talk, and thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, sir, for such a thought-provoking session. May I now request Dr. Prasanna sir to sum up the session.
thank you, Vijayendra. Rather, you have transformed even our minds. Rather, what we call as minds, I told minds, not mind, right? When we think, start thinking, it appears this is right. And if somebody says, right, oh, this also looks right. So now, with the experience of India, New Zealand, UK, Australia, right, Vijayendra has gone around this world like Ganesha. Ganesha? Kartikeya. Yeah. So Ganesha, yes, people said yes. Yeah. So what I am telling is, when I said Ganesha, also somebody said yes. And somebody said no, it is a Kartikeya. So thing here is, we have been given a lot of ideas through Ayurveda to heal our patients, right, mainly patients. And Ayurveda education was focused for idea. But when we apply this AI data driven, I think it will become easy, and mostly also it's possible, we don't know, mostly also possible as people we had like Shakuntala Devi and so many contributors. We may lose such contributors also future, but at the large, AI will definitely help for the physicians to practice, and also see now surgeons use not only investigative outcomes, we also use like this anatomy. Anatomy is first is framed mainly for learning anatomy, but now anatomy is also used by the surgeons to decide to what extent they can cut. So the technology will definitely help for the practice. On behalf of all of you, I thank Vijayendra for sharing his research and practice for all of us through this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Prasanna sir to felicitate Dr. Vijayendra sir. May I call upon N.V. Krishnamurthy sir, Bhaswati ma'am, Krishna Prasad sir to please come on the dais. Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Krishna Prasad, sir, to felicitate Dr. Prasanna, sir.
Thank you, dignitaries. Moving on to the next session. The session will be chaired by Dr. Hanumantachar Joshi K, Principal, CCARD College of Pharmacy, Mysore. And it is our privilege to have with us our distinguished speaker, Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar Chand, Chairperson of NAC peer teams. I would like to welcome both our dignitaries on the stage. Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar Chand, sir, is also a distinguished academic leader and former Vice Chancellor of North Orissa University. We welcome you, sir.
Cauvery Group of Institutions, CCARD and Maharaja Institute of Ayurveda welcomes Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar Chand. A distinguished academic visionary, Professor Dr. Chand is the former Vice Chancellor of North Orissa University with nearly 4 decades of excellence in plant biotechnology. He is a prolific researcher in genetic engineering and DNA fingerprinting. As a chairperson of NIEC peer teams, he plays a critical role in governing and ensuring the quality of higher education and institutional excellence across India. From his leadership at the UGCHRD Center to his work on national research committees, Professor Chand remains a cornerstone of Indian academic administration and scientific innovation. We look forward and hear him talk on in vitro culture for propagation, conservation for medicinal plants sustainability. Dear delegates, chairing this session is our distinguished chairperson Dr. Hanumantachar Joshi, Principal of Sharada Vilas College of Pharmacy, Mysuru.
May I now invite Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar Chand, sir, to kindly come on the stage and take over the session.
Well, very good afternoon to one and all. Honorable Padma Shri Dr. Prakash ji and Madam, all the distinguished guests, the revered plenary speakers, the entire Ayurvedic fraternity in front, with amazing wisdom. Distinguished academicians, researchers, healthcare professionals, representatives from NGOs and government sectors involved in different healthcare practices and systems, students who are pursuing higher studies in Ayurveda and other allied healthcare systems. Well, my humble namaskaram to one and all from this podium, and with profound reverence to Bhagavan Dhanvantari. At the very outset, let me compliment the Cauvery Ayurveda Medical College and Hospital for hosting this wonderful international conference in collaboration with Maharaja Institute of Ayurveda Medical Science, Cauvery Hospital, India, and SDM Institute for Management Development at Mysore, well known for its traditional knowledge in Ayurveda. Well, I consider a great opportunity for me, an honor as well, to be able to share my limited knowledge with medicinal plants that directly do not belong to the fraternity as well, but since yesterday while listening to all the wonderful lectures by our co-distinguished plenary speakers, and through interactions with them, I've already become a part and parcel of your fraternity, whether you accept me or not. Well, let me thank profusely Dr. Krishna Prasadji, director of this Cauvery Ayurveda Medical College and Hospital, for having made it possible for me to become a part of this fraternity. Well, frankly speaking, it has been highly educative for me by listening to wonderful lectures correlating Ayurveda to music, yoga, and artificial intelligence, all the clinical success stories which the speakers shared with us. Well, I have chosen to speak on a different, slightly off-tangent area, focusing on theme 3, medical plant sustainability. Can I use this? Do you have a remote somewhere? It's not here. I was wondering.
You have to point towards the laptop.
Oh, right. So, plants and the human civilizations. We are known to each other since time immemorial. We need plants for the oxygen we breathe. Plants provide us wonderful food, to eat, materials to wear, and our wooden household materials are all made up of the plant products. And in addition and utmost of which we derive the well-being of ourselves, that's the contribution of plants. And in the Mandala 5 of Rig Veda, way back in 4500 BC to 1600 BC, the saying also Dhiriti Matas Tattva, Devi Rupi Bruvi, plants we held in the divine mother of mankind. Well, plant-based therapeutic systems are so well known since the Rig Veda, and get an account of that available in Atharva Veda. And we are aware of the fact that about 1/3 of all the pharmaceuticals are of plant origin, and estimated that nearly about 3/4 of the drug plants, all embedded in different pharmacopoeias of the world, are endemic to this country called India. Well, in spite of a large amount of advances already been made in pharmaceutical sciences, especially in the area of synthetic chemistry and drug development and the derivatives, they continue to maintain their significance in medicine, and they, whether Ayurveda or Unani or Siddha, which are gaining importance in the present day modern world, these plant-based therapeutic use, general elements, are not only gaining worldwide acceptance, but also this made us to be aware that much to be done in this perspective of exploring more of this plants and the products through bioprospecting, as Dr. Murthy has already told in one of the slides I saw. He did more of bioprospecting for the new plants and the products. Bioceuticals. I was listening to the former director of CFTRI, Mysore, yesterday was talking about that. There's a need not only to extract and explore, to validate our ethnomedicinal plants, which have been embedded in the literature, not very well, not very documented, but have been passed on from generation to generation. Those have really to be documented properly and validated through scientific way of analysis. Well, plants are smart. Unlike us and many animals who can escape away from the rigors of adversity of nature, plants to stand and withstand all this natural stringency. They stand and fight there. It's because they are armored with low molecular weight organic compounds derived from the primary metabolic pathways. They are called secondary metabolites for their own self-defense. Whether they are alkaloids or flavonoids, phenylpropanoids, sterols, the tannins, terpenoids, they are the ones which they are equipped with for their own protection and for protecting us, because those are the basis of where we get the drugs to develop from and to get the benefit from. Well, if you look at the medicinal plants across the world, there are 40,000 to 50,000 of them, of which about 20 to 30%, to the tune of 13,000 to 15,000, are unfortunately facing the threat of extinction. They are called as threatened. And in India, according to the classifications, they are critical endangered or vulnerable. The total threatened allied species amount to about 13 to 18%. And we are aware that why there has been a decline, drop. Why do the medicinal plants dwindle away? And they are due to several causes like over-harvesting, due to the excessive use of them because of the high international demand and global demand and domestic demand as well, destructive, unsustainable harvesting practices, loss of their habitats, climate change, inadequate cultivation for the replacement, and absurd dependence on the wild sources, the invasive alien species, and biological threats due to pathogens and pests. Smaller population size because of the reproductive deficiency in some, and slow regeneration, weak governance and regulatory systems in several countries, not to be able to enforce properly the laws of conservation and the harvest quotas, and all these together have raised an alarming trend on the disappearance of this treasure of medicinal aromatic plants, and we need now to come to a state not only just to express our concern about how they disappear, but how to replace them, how to restore the biodiversity, how to make more of them, which we consider to be very, very useful, and how to protect them against the threats of extinction, how to look for more of them, or similar of them, in the wilderness. So, keeping all this in mind, there has been an excellent technique available. We call it propagating the plants under artificial conditions, under in vitro conditions, getting the propagules, collecting the propagules from the natural sources, bringing to the laboratory, making more of them, cloning them, and putting them back, reintroducing them. And meanwhile, you will have the opportunity to utilize those in vitro culture sources for harvesting out the biochemicals which you may require to be used as the pharmaceuticals, nutraceuticals, ayurveda, such Chandrashekar'S is telling us as ayurveda, wonderful concepts. And all these are very important that you need to make them more in number, to make them available for replacing them, and especially those where there is a problem of seed setting and suckers and cuttings are not suitable, and we need to have a clonal homogeneity. That is very important. This should be true to type so that we will be able to bank on them. Well, in the simplistic way, you can think of certain steps only. One has to collect the, I don't know how to focus, it doesn't work anyway. So, one has to collect the axillary meristems or apical parts of the twigs, clean them in the laboratory, and then inoculate them aseptically into a pre-prepared culture medium. And the culture medium will have a balance of the inorganics and organics, the macro and the micronutrients, as in organics, and organics will have the sugar, cetyl, myoin, majoinositol, vitamins, the amino acids, and as a growth adjuvants, you can add like coconut water, amino acids, vinyl glycine, adenine sulfate, and glycine, and so on. So you have plenty of inorganics and organics to choose from, and one can formulate one's culture medium or tissue culture medium to micropropagate these shoots, multiply them in vitro, induce the rooting in vitro, transfer them ex vitro, acclimate them, or acclimatize them, naturalize them on soil, and then transfer to the field. That is the general procedure. And commercial scale multiplication and maintenance in vitro culture has already been worked out to a greater extent. I'll just talk about a few case studies. There is a small plant, it belongs to the family of Holaceae. It's a wonderful plant called mother musk in Ayurveda and Sanskrit. Hybanthus eniaspermus. I do not know whether you've seen the plant, very, very small, hard, but with a wonderful multi-medicinal activities. And the most important part of this is the aphrodisiac. And there's other aspects and stuff, usually like it is anti-diabetic, hepatoprotective, and nephroprotective, and so on. Well, we thought, several years ago, to develop a protocol, micropropagation protocol for these plants. It was possible to have the same nodal segments of these plants and getting the bud break of them and getting shoots and then which are rooted and then transferred to the field. Okay. There is another method by which one can induce the shoot organogenesis in intranodal explants and not meristematic parts, like the leaves, for example. And of the same plant, it has been possible to make more of this in vitro. Look at this plant, Cypripalma geranica, source which is very important naphthoquinone, and used traditionally to treat dyspepsia, piles, diarrhea, skin disease, leprosy, rheumatism, and all this. So this plant has been worked out successfully, and micropropagation protocol has been worked out. And Bacopa monieri, you are very much aware of that. There is family Scopularis to which it belongs, and it is called Medha-Shayan Ayurvedic system of medicine to enhance memory, concentration, learning, and so on. And the memory chemicals present there are saponins like bacosides A, B, and C, bacopasides, and these wonderful plants have also got some flavonoids and tritopenoids and steroids. And this is a threatened multimedicinal plant for India. And we have already got a protocol for that, very successfully worked out. And another plant is a threatened medicinal tree of India. It's called Symbocus cimosa, and it's called Lotha. And through this mature nodal multiplication, it has been possible to propagate this plant, induce rooting in vitro, and acclimatize them. And the foundation of revitalization of local health tradition, Bengaluru, had already assessed the third status of this important medicinal plant through conservation assessment and management prioritization called CMP, workshops adopting the IUCN rare list category and found that it is really a threatened species and what concern. It's called conservation concerned tree of India. And Gandharva family Rubiaceae. It is also called investing vine. It is known for its characteristic foetid smell in presence of methyl mercaptan. And it has got phenols, the terpenoids, the acidases and tannins. It's very important for medicinal plants. And this is getting very rare in certain places and has been already declared by IUCN as a vulnerable category of plants. Ashok, I'm nothing to talk more about this. Much has been already deliberated. It's a wonderful plant because of these 40 metabolites, alkaloids, various metabolically important biochemicals, which are very structures similar to the ginseng-side Panax ginseng. It is also called as Indian ginseng. It's a very important plant of which protocols have already been developed. And pomegranate, very well-known plant in Hindi is Sanskrit Dalima, if I am not wrong, family Pimnicaceae. And micropropagation protocols have been very well worked out of this from lab to land. Another important procedure for in vitro propagation is through synthesis system by encapsulating the propagules in beads of calcium alginate through ion exchange mechanism. You put them first in sodium alginate, then drop it to calcium chloride solution, allowing ion exchange, and get those synthetic seeds. And you can see those seeds. I cannot point because it's not working. Right? So these synthetic seeds are very useful for transfer of allied materials, and it can be delivered to different pharmaceutical companies and the government sector hospitals where they have a facility for a pilot plot where they can put them to the soil temporarily to get them to shoots and then to root and then to plants. It's a wonderful system. And another way out if you have two important plants of medicinal significance and they're producing two different chemicals, biochemicals, just stereoisomers of each other, there is a possibility that you can have a combination advantage by breeding. But unfortunately, breeding is not always successful because of sexual incompatibility factors. So for that, one can adopt a mechanism of cell fusion, as has already been worked out, for making hybridomas for producing monoclonal antibodies. So the idea is, somatically you can hybridize two plant species, making two different chemicals, but there is a possibility of stereoisomer conversion through a mechanism called a somatic cell fusion, by which somatically cells can be obtained from both the species, and they are denuded, making naked by removing their cell wall, by digesting the cell wall through the cell-regulating enzymes, and then fusing them either chemically or electrically, using the alternating current field to have dielectrophoresis, bringing them together, because cells, whether they are animal cells or plant cells, they are not supposed to have a fusion to come in contact because they are negatively charged. They used to repel each other. So you have to bring them together in alternating current field by allowing them to behave as dipoles, and then followed by direct current pulse treatment to accomplish dielectric breakdown at the membrane interface, where the quarters. That's how this works out. And this is the developmental optics. They have the process of showing you where the fusion is taking place, and this has possible in the two different plants, slab and higher, where the fruits, the writing says they have wonderful cerebral bicarbonates or so. Another similar plant, slightly different because it doesn't have any spines, unlike the other cerebral higher. This plant is smooth throughout, but it has got chromatin, high chromatin, although there is stereoisomers of so. And the idea was to make them gated, but it was actually important because we were green. So, but it was isolated, they were fused, and they were the heterochemical fusion glass. They started out using close calibration, solvent, with the individual cell solvent, and the heterochemical was picked up, and they were cultured in vitro, and so on, we had it in the total sponges and producing sodium. Okay, thank you. Those are worked out. Okay, so let's move on. Now, as I said, there are areas which really needs our concern. This is a plant called Brepharispermum subsessi, belonging family Asteraceae, and very important plant of eastern Ghats, but highly threatened. And this plant has been worked out in vitro, and the chloral uniformity has been proven using the molecular banding pattern, using RPD and ISSR, intersimple sequence repeats. And both the mother plants as well as the inherited plants were almost clonally uniform, and the ABTS radical scavenging has shown that they are almost comparable in their antioxidative potential. Okay, so this other plant, Helichrysum coronarium, another certain plant where the rhizomes are very important. They're used against diabetes, rheumatic pain, diarrhea, throat and skin diseases. Here, the idea was to get coronarium D, the cerebrin ditorpin, has got anti-cancer, anti-inflammatory, antifungal, antibacterial, and protective properties. And the mother plants and the in vitro developed plants were analyzed vis-a-vis, and we can see very comparable HPLC chromatogram for coronarium D. They're equally effective as much as those in the mother plants. And SSR banding profiles also contributed to the idea that they are clonally uniform or genetically homogeneous. And this is very rare medicinal plant, Vihara hamiltoni, belonging family Aronaceae. And the seeds are used against gonorrhea, jaundice, and so on. And this also has been worked out, and metabolic profiling has been done, and mother plant and in vitro propagated plants is almost comparable amount of benzoic acid and quercetin, and these are very well known as antibacterial, antiviral, antifungal properties, and quercetin has got anti-cancer and diabetic properties as well. Well, this is another plant, it's called Calcium hameda. The phytochemicals in mother plant rhizome and rhizome from these two plants are compared in terms of alkaloids, flavonoids, phenolics, tannins, and saponins. And the quantitative analysis of GCMs have already shown that the essential oil compounds, there are about 18 to 19 of those, they have only shown a few, and they have been very well tested for the DPPase radical scavenging activity, and both are showing comparable antioxidant properties. The anti-cancer activity of the extracts of the rhizome, methanic extracts, as well as essential oil from the in vitro propagated plant vis-a-vis the mother plants, have shown very clearly in different systems within cancer, in vitro cancer cell lines, like MCF7, HeLa, and HPG2, they are almost comparable. And so that shows that this is also the extension of the work, that in the apoptosis has been illustrated very, very clearly, which is evidence from these changes in morphological features in connection to chromatin condensation, breaking of the plasma membrane, and which are shown fluorescent microscopy using different labeling dyes like the Zapi, bromide, active in orange, and PI, and all that. And the anti-cancer activity in terms of apoptotic cells have also been very, very similar between the mother plant from where the original explant, we call them explant donor, the mother plant from where the explants were taken, harvested earlier, and in vitro propagated plant. They may be in thousands and all clonally uniform and equally activated. So, as I was listening to Dr. Prakash yesterday, I hope he is listening, we are talking medicinal agriculture, remember. So the idea is how to develop these maps, medicinal and aromatic plants to crops. They must be treated as crops. So you have to develop protocols only, by which you will be able to elevate the status as crops, and so they can be major source of therapies to several ailments and illness. So my, okay, all right, okay, fine. So developing medicinal plants into crops, very important, and the current trends towards education, that yes, it's possible, and those have to be categorized as pharmaceutical crops for production of small therapeutic molecules, or STMs, phytomedical crops for producing standardized therapeutic natural products, or STEs, and those like making large therapeutic molecules, LTMs, including the FOS, the fructose oligosaccharides, classified as prebiotic and functional food crops. So in vitro propagated plants, sources of STMs have produced already been documented in terms of artemisinin, vincristine, vinblastine, and so on, from different groups of plants. Protocols have already been worked out for all those which are making STs, standardized therapeutic extracts. Okay, prebiotics. Bioreactor systems have enabled us to upscale the productivity, and bioreactor types have already been worked out, starting with the microbial cultures using the earlier stat and reactors. Now we have several mechanically agitated bioreactors and numerically agitated non-agitators. Like the one that's shown here, there is a bubble type, balloon type bubble type, BTBB we call it, air 3 liters airlift BTBB system, where you can have somatic embryos somatic immunogenesis can be used, and somatic embryos can be harvested, and they can be put to use. And you can see in Korea, they have a civilian biotech. They have a large-scale productivity system of the somatic embryo was an important plant, and they're having this as a mass multiplication. And you can have also ginseng. Using this technique, chiconin can be produced in cell cultures of lithospermum erythrorizin through bioreactor systems. And a lot of important medicinal phytochemicals using cell suspensions. They can put to callus. This unorganized mass of cells called callus, which proliferate in culture. They can put liquid system, perhaps cell suspensions. And from cell suspensions, you can have wonderful compounds. And another technology that's coming through is using the roots, how to induce the roots at will, and harvesting the medicinal biochemicals in plants from the roots. This is very important because you will have to uproot plant, sacrifice the plant. You can induce rooting at will, and those roots can be harvested from the cultures. And for that, you are going to use a system. Going backwards, that doesn't matter. So the technology by which you can do it using the bacterial system called Agrobacterium rhizogenes, and that infects the plants, causes a disease, and we call that hairy root disease. There is a lot of hairs all over, and these roots, hairy root or transformed roots, can be put to bioreactor, and you can have, for example, plenty of phosphorins, a cariotonic drug, as along the consistent reverse blood pressure, and these are genetically transferred from hair root to Coleus phospholi. Plant belongs to the Tulsi family, Lamiaceae family. And large number of important compounds have been harvested from this, where the hair roots produce about 20 times, sometimes 50 times, sometimes 100 times, 100-fold increase in the useful compounds. And sometimes totally different type of biochemicals can produce in hair root cultures which are not available from other plant, donor plant. So this is a new technology coming up. It's called molecular farming, where you can play with all this rock and roll of genomics, proteomics, transcriptomics, metabolomics, and you can have them put to market, so they can have the edible vaccine, therapeutic proteins, antibodies for diagnostics and therapeutics. So all the nutraceuticals, these pharmaceuticals, the ioceuticals can be put to molecular farming. It's wonderful. And this is Plumbago you can have a wonderful system here through hair roots. You can use Agrobacterium rhizogenes called genetic transformation in Plumbago, and you can harvest Plumbagene. Angiosperms have also this plant, you can have a coumarin, a very important benzopidone that's got anti-cancer activity. And coumarin has got, it's known with a lot of pharmacological benefits, not only this, coumarin has been very well worked out. Another plant in Sanskrit is called Punarnava. Very, very diffuser. It has got punarvine, simethylflavone and all those. And this is a wonderful plant we worked out with hair root system, and we could get a lot of antimicrobial activity, antibacterial activity against the bacterial pathogens, both gram-positive and gram-negative pathogens were worked out, and we published in Plant Science several years ago. And there is a treatise, Hanmanta Yuhendu, Ashokura Saraspusti. Swetacha Giganika, Katuhi Sweta Namacha, Sweta Sanda Prajita, Nira Puspi Mahasweta, Gikarnika Vajani, Bali Chata Gandhata, Yasata Pakistita. This is a plant, very well referred. Okay, and it's also called Ashokura Saraspusti, Sangapuspi, Gikarnika, and so on. This is a medicinal tuner, this is a leguminous plant, and it is called butterfly pea in English. And in botany, we call it Clitoria tenacia, and it has got a lot of properties. Wonderful plant, and it has been possible to explore this barbaric acid pathway to get the taraxol, which has got anti-cancer property. And we have got taraxol from this tritorpenoid, and has been already worked out very well. And another plant called Bazomuli, we call it Sida acuta, from family Malvaceae, is also multi-medicinal in property and has been very well used for reducing blood glucose level in the experimental induced rice system. This mice made diabetic with treatment of streptozotocin, and the extracts from the hair roots were compared with those of the natural roots. Vis-a-vis glibenclamide, a well-known anti-diabetic drug, and it has been possible for us to show that yes, with the cytosterol, which has been purified from that, is very, very well comparable to the action of glibenclamide in restituting the biochemical homeostasis. We looked at different renal parameters, the liver-specific parameters, and we have shown very clearly and published in Spring Generation journals only a few months back. And we also worked out the health promotive or proactive trace elements from these hair systems, which is almost comparable to that those of the RNIs, reference nutrient intake as per British Nutrition Foundation UK, and all those elements which are available per time, supplementing the requirement of the healthy adult. And another way is to apply the nanotechnology with nanosilver particles, which have been worked out biogenically through green chemistry, and silver nanoparticles have been worked out, confirmed through that TEM analysis, FTIR, XRD, and DLS, GTA, and all that, and have been tested for the anti-cancer activity. How do they work out for fragmenting the DNA in cancer cells, cell lines? So we worked out in brain tumor, U87M cell lines from human beings, and we have shown it very clearly that it's possible to have chromatin condensation and DNA fragmentation, and worked out mechanisms as well. And this came out in Bio-Nanoscience paper 2022. And work which we envision to perform hereafter is to use this particular system of paraxol and against the Vichara albino rats, where DMA was used to induce in vitro breast cancer, and we were looking forward to a system by which we can have a cancer model with us using paraxol and using them through these gold and silver nanoparticles to deliver and to chase this with confocal microscopy, where exactly it goes and functions. And with steroids can be enhanced by the role genes, role A, B, C, and D, role root inducing loci from the agrobacterium acids, and agropin synthase, manopin synthase genes have already been introduced in the hair root culture system of Vihara somnifera, and you can have wonderful accumulation of biochemicals which are not present earlier. So what are the spin-offs? What we are going to do hereafter, what we are going to look at are the current trends. The future directions in this dimension is biotransformation. You can enhance the productivity through glucosylation, glycosylation, hydroxylation, esterification, oxidation, redoxation, some of the methodologies are known in basic chemistry, how to biotransform. Put a precursor, put an elicitor into a culture, in vitro culture, put the hair root, and you can get different extract, different biochemicals out of that, which is not present naturally, neither in the natural roots, nor in the hair roots at the first place. But you can biotransform, create a new molecule with a new pharmaceutical essence in that. Metabolic engineering of pathways, biochemical pathways, like atropine can be converted to scopolamine, more important. So different metabolically pathways can be engineered, and through new techniques which are available now, you can reduce the caffeine in your cola products, in your tea, in coffee. So those are actually, the caffeine is not good always, because excessive consumption of tea, coffee, and the cocoa products, they can go against health. So you have to go for reducing the caffeine or zero caffeine at all. So in the US and in developed countries, you will find the cola drinks are zero caffeine, no caffeine like that. So for strategies, you have to work with the caffeine-degrading enzymes. You can silence those genes. You can inactivate those genes, and we call it down-regulation. There are two ways how you can genetically modify a plant. Either you can overexpress a foreign gene, which you can hire or borrow from another system and get it expressed. Or if the endogenous gene is bad, you cannot allow that gene to function. So you can down-regulate that. You can silence that. And that is through down-regulation. And the one we know already is through antisense RNA technology or RNA interference that shoot the messenger, silence the gene. Okay, that is the idea that we know earlier. And now a new technology has come up, this CRISPR-Cas, these molecular modifiers which are going to transform biology totally. This is called clustered, regularly interspaced short palindromic repeats in the genome. And they are worked with Cas. Cas is the CRISPR-associated protein. So these Cas proteins, they can cut. They can make double-stranded cuts and can go for genome editing or gene editing. If something is wrong in the endogenous system, that can be corrected through gene therapy directly. So this is the end. This is the end. This is the end. Yeah. Sure. This is, I think, the end of everything. It's all right. I'm almost done. So this vision, this is my last one. It's good that I've been also asked to wind up. So this is a vision that I would like to share with you. I would only focus on utilizing this CRISPR-Cas for this particular purpose of the seminar, is on this one, conservation and de-extinction. So this has been possible now to enhance the technological understanding whatever we have, to extrapolate what we can do for the coming 25 years. This has not yet happened so far, but we can have a projected ideas that can we bring back the wild animals like the woolly African woolly mammoth or some the dairy wolf or some tigers, which we have already lost. They have already been extinct. Several plants we have already lost. So can we bring them back, number one? Can we save the ones which are already endangered, critically endangered? How to protect them? How we can restore the biodiversity using a technology which is already in our hand. That's called gene editing or genome editing or gene therapy. So there are already some private enterprises which are coming up in US. They have already started doing some project work, and they have transferred the mice system, subjecting them to the CRISPR-Cas technology, CRISPR-Cas9, CRISPR-Cas12 system, and they already created some genetically engineered mice with woolly skin. You know that the African woolly mammoth, the elephant, big elephant, which you already lost. Okay, but it is now possible in small mouse models, Sprague Dolly, Wister rat model, they have already transferred those type of genetical editing system, and they have created mice which are already having a lot of hairs in them, woolly mice. So if woolly mice have already been possible, why not woolly mammoth? Why not plants? They have already tried chestnut tree, several other tree systems that are trying to work, ginkgo biloba. How this has been done is through functional genomics system. This is also called a comparative genomics work. Like ginkgo biloba is the only species of the genus ginkgo which is surveyed. It's called living fossil. There are many plants in Cycadius family that's called living fossil because all other wild relatives are already lost. They've already been extinct. But those which are still surviving, they're called extant. So DNA is isolated from the extant species. DNA is from the fossil species. DNA can be isolated from the old herbarium, and they can be put together, compared. Through comparative genomics, we can get the idea that yes, those are the missing links which are not present in the normal ones, and those can be revived. So through gene editing, it is possible, or genome editing, it is possible through CRISPR-Cas that we can bring back those which are already extinct. We can save some of those which are having the danger of being infected with pathogens and pests. How to work out those genomic systems which can be deleted out, which are so vulnerable to pathogens and pests, so they can survive. Those which wants to be resilient to climate change, say to drought, to higher temperature, and to salinity stress. So those can also be protected so that they would not enter into the IUCN list or red listed categories of going to be extinct. So with these words, I thank the organizers who have thought of me for this occasion. Though I'm not particularly fit for your Ayurvedic fraternity, but I tried my best to put whatever little knowledge, whatever little exposure I have had, shared with you. And I put it of some use. Dhanvantari will be able to forgive me for for venturing or daring to speak before a very august, enlightened audience. And I also thank Dr. Krishna Prasad, and who has made it possible for me to come along and to share my modest exposure and experience with. Thank you very much. I wish you all very good health. Ahara, Vihara, and Arogya Vichara. Wonderful theme. And I wish all of you will have a very fine frame of health and a good mind. Progress, prosperity will all be yours in the new year 2026. Thank you very much. Now can I hand over the mic to the chairman?
Thank you, sir, for the insightful session. Now I would request Dr. Hanumantacharya Joshi, sir, to sum up the session.
Namaste to everyone. And I really understand the situation here. It is not right to challenge, the people who are hungry. So understanding that we are aware how much it is very important to preserve our medicinal plants. Conservation is very, very important. And thank you, Dr. Chand, for giving a very insightful lecture. And yes, because we are very clear at the end of the conference. Ahara, Vihara, Vichara, and finally is Aushadha. I am from Aushadha background. And I understand the difficulty in collecting the medicinal plant. I remember my PhD days where it was very difficult to collect a single plant from the right origin. We had to travel all the way to the Jadibuti Samsthan in Gopeshwar to collect it. But this conservation of medicinal plants in a proper way will be definitely useful to avoid the adulteration of drugs and using the other the controversial drugs. Thank you very much, sir, and thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to chair the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I would request Dr. Hanumantacharya Joshi, sir, to kindly felicitate Dr. Pradeep Kumar Chand, sir. Dr. Hanumantacharya Joshi, sir, felicitating Dr. Pradeep Kumar Chand, sir. I would like to call upon Yogatma Srihari, sir, to felicitate Dr. Hanumantacharya Joshi, sir. Thank you, dignitaries. We have with us our sponsors. I would like to convey my heartfelt thanks to our sponsors once again. I would like to call upon Dhanvantari Health and Wellness Solutions. Sponsors, please come over the dais and accept a token of love and gratitude. I would like to call upon Dr. Krishna Prasad, sir, and Dr. Dayanand, sir, to felicitate our sponsors. Dr. Dayanand sir and Dr. Krishna Prasad sir, kindly felicitate our sponsors. Dhanvantari Health and Wellness Solutions. Hindustan Enterprise and Nutrisukan Biotech. Kindly come over the stage and accept our token of gratitude.
We are moving ahead for panel discussion. Kindly be seated. As we draw the scientific sessions to a close, we now move into the next enriching phase of the program, the panel discussion. Inviting shared insights, reflections, and interactive exchange, it is my honor to invite our esteemed panelists to kindly take their places on the dais. May I first invite Padma Shri Dr. V. Prakash, sir, former Director, CCARD Mysore, onto the stage.
I invite Dr. Bhashwati Bhattacharya, Fulbright Scholar, Physician Scientist and Clinical Assistant Professor, Weill Cornell Medical College, New York, to join us on the stage.
I invite Dr. Vihara sir, founder, Murthy Clinic, UK, to kindly take a seat on the stage.
I invite Dr. Prasanna N. Rao sir, Director, STM Institutes of Ayurveda, Hassan.
Dr. Pradeep Kumar Chand sir,
Yogatma Shri Hari sir,
Dr. Ranjini Kartik ma'am,
Dr. Jamna Prakash madam,
Ms. Suma Prakash ma'am,
Dr. Vinaya Padhyaya madam. We are privileged to have this panel guided by our esteemed moderators. May I invite Dr. Seema Pradeep madam, Professor and Head Department of Dravyaguna, Sri College of Ayurvedic Science and Research, Bengaluru.
and I also request Dr. Subhashri, Senior Research Officer, CCARD, Ministry of Ayush, Bengaluru, to kindly take the moderator seat.
Once again, a warm round of applause for our distinguished panelists and moderators.
Start, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. We have a distinguished panel for this panel discussion today, and this would be a really brainstorming session because we have experts from various fields. This is one unique opportunity, and we can see here that Shastra and science are together. So with this opening remark, I would now hand over to Dr. Seema for the first one.
Thank you, Dr. Subhashri. It's good to see the blend of science and tradition. So it gives an immense pleasure to ask Dr. Pradeep Kumar Chand sir. So your presentation was wonderful on medicinal plants. Being from the Department of Dravyaguna and having little experience in working with tissue culture. We see that the herbs and also the shrubs, we get the protocols. But in the field of Ayurveda, the industry is facing challenge in producing Dashamula, Ashoka, which are all tree species. And when we try to help, we don't get the protocol and we don't have the expertise with us. So how to go about it, sir?
Rightly said. But as a matter of fact, plant tissue culture protocols have been very successful for herbaceous species. Reason being that we are depending on the legacy of some formulations which have been made earlier as early as 1964 by Japanese Professor Toshio Murashige and his guide Frank Skug, the University of Wisconsin. It's called Murashige and Skug's formulation of a culture medium, or MS medium in short, 1962-64. Well, majority tobacco is a herbaceous species. Very easy to work out. It's a modern plant. And majority of the success in herbaceous species so far, in terms of micro-propagating the culture, establishing ritual culture successfully, but using that Murashige Skug's formulations. But later it was found out that it doesn't work out for all. For example, for the cereals, rice, sugarcane, barley, maize, it don't work. So Linsmeyer, another student of Professor Skug, who came to his PhD after Murashige, he developed a medium, again the folks called Linsmeyer and Skug's medium. For pulses, the leguminous crops, MS medium wouldn't work. Gambar's B5 medium from Germany. Olaf Gambar. The development medium is called Gambar's B5 medium. For these species, as you rightly asked, none of this, neither Murashige Skug, nor Gambar's B5, nor this Linsmeyer medium would work. The reason being, the trees are so different from the herbs and shrubs. And they are woody in nature. The stem is not herbaceous, it's not soft. So they are not yielding to the macro and micronutrients combinations, which are in the original formulations of Murashige Skug, Linsmeyer and Gambar. So the woody plant medium was called WPM. Okay, so for three species, not only WPM, there are many other culture media have been devised very successfully, and they work out. I've already shown plant Symplococcus lacimosa. It's a endangered plant already. Now it is critical endangered plant. That responds very well WPM. Not only that, this is the best cell medium. Apart from that, you need to add certain other antioxidant systems. Okay, like coconut water is an excellent antioxidant. Some produce most of the woody plants, they produce phenolics in culture. You must have realized if you are doing tissue culture, you find the cultures are turning brown and black. And they will stop growing. They will stop producing any metabolites, second metabolites of relevance of medicinal use. So you have to reduce the productivity of phenolics by using some antiphenolic agents. Okay. So those have to be really work. Coconut water is the best antioxidant agents. Then aminoethoxyvinyl glycine, AVG. Okay, adenine sulfate. Many new amino acids have to be worked out, explored. In addition to growth regulators and vitamins, you have to work out growth adjuvants. Okay, which will be able to take care of these phenolic exudates. Okay. Then good media combinations, formulations can be worked out to suit your own plant material. Okay, as you said, Ahara, not the same food will suit all tummies. Okay, because we are all visually different. That's all plants are different. They have to be worked out separately as a model system, and you have developed protocols for that. And so many protocols are developed, so many important species.
Thank you so much, sir, for the insightful words. We will definitely make use of those protocols and try to solve the problem.
Thank you very much.
So where science validates wisdom validates guides science. My next question is Dr. Prakash. From a nutrition science perspective, how do you see the traditional food wisdom aligning with the modern public health framework, sir?
Perhaps my wife Jamuna Prakash would answer better. She's a nutritionist. I will be very short and quick because of time. The traditional food is a mix of the knowledge of Ayurveda and Ahara. So whether traditional and ethnic and also indigenous what we call is all a health-based approach. But over a period of time that has shifted its gear into a different ballpark. And today we are looking back at that as a renaissance. So I think it is very important to personalize your habits, to personalize your Ahara and Vihara to your constitution, which is physiology. And you are an entity who need to be nurtured by yourself and not by anybody else. So I would say it is very vital to eat when hungry. Like right now we are all hungry. Time to eat. But eat when you are hungry and eat in mita. In Sanskrit, mita means it's hita. So I will stop here with my mita words. Thank you.
It's for your mita words, sir. Over to us.
My next question is to Dr. Vijay Murthy. Having given a very encouraging talk about the AI, my question is, as you have worked with AI scientists, do you feel any Ayurveda scholar would like to take up some work in that direction? Would you suggest them to have a fundamental idea about AI, because narrow AI, generative AI, considering the various categories as per the structure or the functional of AI, it may be more useful if they have fundamentals, is what I feel. So do you really feel so? If so, you recommend any of the because lot of enthusiastic students are here. If you know any such online courses, if you can recommend.
Yeah, certainly. I think it's very important to recognize that for AI to be of assistance to Ayurveda, it's essentially those who have deep knowledge of Ayurveda, who, for a want of better word, should be the gatekeepers of it, rather than just handing it over to technology specialists, because then they're going to distort, not because they want to, but because they won't understand the complexity of Ayurveda. So it's equally important that while Ayurvedic graduates, students, scholars, clinicians are as good as they are in the application of Ayurveda, should take that pioneering work of also upskilling yourself to become not just technology literates and technology consumers, but to actively contribute towards creating backends. To an extent that you can communicate with those who are more specialized in technology. And certainly the good course to start with is to understand the role and impact of AI in healthcare in general. And Harvard Medical School offers certification in AI in healthcare, and I'm sure BMS graduates can look into it. Surely, as I say in other platforms as well, if you are a BMS graduate, it's even more important to create a LinkedIn account than your Instagram account, because that's where you can connect with like-minded people, and you'll also get inspiration as to what are the various upskilling opportunities that are there, and that cross-pollination happens naturally.
Thank you so much.
My next question is for Dr. Ranjini Karthik. We have so many novel dosage forms introduced in pharma industry. We have gel sprays instead of oils being used. Do you have any such ideas of promoting patya, kalpana, or something which supports patya aspects?
Sure. Actually, Ayurveda is actually a holistic science. We don't have to look into anything else once we go in deep in this direction. So whatever nowadays the world is speaking about functional food. So it's already listed in Ayurvedic texts. That is Arogya, wherein you get patya kalpana based on also disease specific, also a general term. So Partya is explained in general swasthya, also in specific as a disease specific, whatever you call it as functional food. So being in the industry, now challenging to bring in water, make it as one drink. But still it is possible because some of the kalpanas, whatever it is explained in the text, you can make it into a powder form or whatever you say, ganji mix or something like that, and just add hot water and take it. So I being in a classical industry, we strictly follow the paka kalpanas, like you stick on your adherent to the consistency, so that we don't use any of the preservatives. So without adding preservatives, we can still formulate the whatever the Ayurvedic texts have given some of the formulations into the Patya Kalpanas and can be adopted in the day-to-day lifestyle. We can even make it as a generalized one as well as a disease specific. For example, there is a formulation using musta in the Arogya, wherein he says masoor dal and this one anardana, pomegranate, and musta is one of the it's a nut, grass nut. So using those formulations, he makes a formulation for the Atisara patient. So that I have been using many such formulations I have been using in my clinic, as well as we are manufacturing it, and it works wonders actually. And we don't have to add anything, any preservatives or anything like that. So we can still manufacture adhering to the principles of Ayurveda and stick on to the today's need also. Thank you.
My next question is to Dr. Baswati Bhattacharya. Ma'am, we salute you for making Dinacharya popular at the global level. But in a metro city like Bangalore, one is that children have to start as early as 6 a.m. and Ayurveda starts telling Jata Samasthaje. So children who have habit, once they start going to school, they change their habit. Once they come back from the school, only they attend to their natural calls. And also we find a lot of professionals who work to the standard time of other countries. So it's quite a challenge to promote Dinacharya. So I would like to hear insights in this direction.
So we can talk about this by just looking at ourselves and schedules for PAMS students. In the first year, second year, profession, some of us smiling because you know what you go through. You don't have to go to a student intake class 3 or class 5 in a regular CCARD or this. And I think the people who are amazing professors who also have to teach others, because we're still in a world where women have the majority of duty to be the mother, the house cleaner, the cook, the person who makes the beds, the people who do the puja. The husband sometimes do it and sometimes there are others, but these people all have difficulties. And so what do you do with them? It's not easy to say slow your life down. It's not easy to say, okay, I'll just do one thing so I won't go to school today. No, I won't do this. We're taking a lot of shortcuts and we have to find ways to revive. So I have a whole group of doctors that come to New York and discuss how do we get ourselves to stay balanced and still have the rigorousness that we demand of ourselves. So one is that when you have, okay, so I'll take the child's example. We need to enforce in schools to have clean bathrooms. And it's not fair. And I know at BHU, I could only find 2 clean bathrooms in the entire medical campus. So I had to plan things, right? Even here, when I went to the bathroom just outside here, it's not clean. So we have to think about that. Now, if you grew up in a dirty bathroom, you're used to it, it's fine with you. But if you grew up and your parents were very clean, you should push back. You're paying tuition for any school. You should write letters and say, dear principal, we need a clean bathroom. at PHU, I don't want to do the story too much, but I was attacked as I was strangled when I was a kid, and I went to the vice chancellor and I said, I am going to go to every press and tell them, unless you make things secure for women on this campus, and what do you want? So I went online and I found the handbook of several universities and took the things out of there that were applicable to each, and I demanded it and to do those things. And they included having light bulbs in front of the dormitory entrances, because boys would catch the girls when they were going into the dorm. You guys know all this, right? And this has been a big theme for me, to provide clean and clear safety for boys, and I won't say boys, that's for adults, but young men and women on the campuses of the university. So I also demanded that there should be bathrooms where the doors close, because the statistics say that women are molested and attacked. One of the biggest places is in or near the bathrooms because they're vulnerable. So not only that, but women menstruate, which most of us know. So there's a whole thing about women not going to school on holiday days and they menstruate, they should have rest. But there should also be clean bathrooms, so women, if they have that urgency in the morning, that they should be able to go. Now if you are running for the bus and you're getting to work and you're commuting and then you take to school, sometimes your natural state, when it was at 5:36, doesn't happen. So what I encourage is, if you go to bed early, your body should get you up without an alarm at around 5 or so. And that gives you time. That's what I have done. I really ensure that I get up. So 4:45, 5 o'clock, I wake up and I can sit and do my toilet urgencies before the day begins, and then the Dwala comes, and here in India, all the teachings you have, you go down to the Dwala, and then you have to go to office. So get your routines ready. So that's one. The second is to make sure you have things in the day that will lower your vata. The puja in the morning, when you do puja, there are 3 times of the day, right? Sandhis of the day. One is when the night comes to day, one is when the rising sun goes to the setting sun, so it's around noon, and one is at sunset. So those are not just times that you do the say, which is some people do. The boys that I've seen will do the turn on the light, and that's their just turn on the light. That time is not just for light, it's for sitting calmly. So my mother would make us to sit for 5, 7, 8 minutes calmly. Bring down your vata, knowing that you're doing teachings are going to increase your vata. If you're traveling, then spend time before you get on the bus, get to the station or the airport early, and sit quietly for 10 minutes. Bring down your vata, so that as you travel and it increases, get to school early if you can, and sit for 10 minutes. I love Kukumakamba, where we sit and chat in the morning with the master. So these kind of routines, I don't think there's a basic solution. I think sometimes you just have to suffer for 2 to 3, 4 years, and then come back. So, we can talk about individual scenarios, but I think bringing down your vata and making sure your mind is calm. I can get very excited, and Jay and I just talked about how we're arguing today and we're pushing back, we're trying to change the system. But inside, I'm actually very calm every day. I take time for that, and I urge all students to spend that time in completely quiet and silence. It will reset you, it will take care of a lot of problems. So I'm going to do that. Thank you.
Next question is for Dr. Vichara. You all know that yoga is body and breath, and music defines manas. So from your experience, how do you see this sound and breath coming together between prana and also the emotional health?
Namaste to everyone. I think the music acts simultaneously on all the 5 koshas or 5 dimensions of our existence. It acts on the physical body and pranic body, and then the mind, and then the intellect, and the Anandamaya kosha as well. Breathing, if we follow a composition, for example, there's a line in a song, it cut abruptly in the middle. Like it has to be completed in one breath. So when we practice compositions, there are phases where our gurus tell us this is where you can take your breath. And the composers like Tyagaraja Swami or Vichara or Shama Shastri, their compositions are so beautiful that they have done such a complication in the composition just to tell us how beautifully the sounds, the notes can be placed. But at the same time, they have given places where you can take breaths in between as well. And compositions like Varnas, Tilanas, and Mukhaladu Kirtanas, they are very challenging when it comes to where you can take breaths. So through a guru we learn, and also as we practice we learn it. So instead of talking about it, probably I would like to sing something and tell how beautifully the breathing happens when we sing, which doesn't interrupt the meaning of the composition. that helps in having better control over the breath. And I pray and I wish that whatever the lab is lit here yesterday, by exchanging the knowledge, sharing the experiences, let it always stay forever. Thank you. Thank you. I know this song made me forget my next question, but you hope that music is still live.
My next question is to Dr. Chandrashekar'S Madam. FSCI and Ministry of Ayush has brought about detailed regulations about Ayurveda Ahara. So it has taken care of the regulatory affairs. But today, what the challenge every one of us are facing is on about the adulteration, about the ingredients. So considering that in you, what is your opinion? Because regulation talks a lot about the benefits of Ayurveda Ahara and how much we can relate to the ingredients as well.
That is actually a challenge because FSCI has made a regulation, but I think the implementation part is a problem. It's a huge problem now because I've also been in the regulation and I've also been an hygiene rating inspector and I've seen that how worse the conditions are around us when it comes to whether outside food, protein food, everything. There are regulations, but a lot of people don't follow that. And implementation itself is a problem because of so many factors which I cannot explain. You all understand the background. So I would really say that as a consumer, you have to be aware. I always keep teaching that please be aware of the products you are buying, from where you are buying, what you are doing, so that we do have quality products available. But it's up to the consumer to be aware, check, and buy the best quality product, the pure product, because sometimes you also find that you have a lot of duplicates. There is a case of these Amul being sold in a duplicate packet. There is a case of being Nandini being sold in a duplicate packet. So we have to be aware and we have to buy authentic product for our daily use, not only for population, but what we use every day has to be pure, and that only depends on, I think, consumers' discretion at the moment because of loopholes in the implementation of the laws.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for bringing that awareness and consciousness.
Next question is with yoga, or I say asana, where the damages which are others or others.
Thank you for this question. I was wondering whether yoga teachers will ever be asked questions. Well, as Dr. Chandrashekar'S once said, he was a neurosurgeon. So he said, we go to dentists for our dental problems. We go to orthopedics for our bone problems related to the bones. But when a student comes to a yoga teacher, it is a holistic treatment. Yoga teachers, we deal with not only the asanas, that is for your physical improvement, but also the mental, spiritual, social, psychological, all the things put together. A yoga teacher deals with each student according to what they require. So your question was whether the asana is going to reverse the damages caused by Ahara. Yes, of course. Because today, especially today, the food we consume is, as Dr. Prakash yesterday mentioned, it's not the junk food, it's the food which we prepare in that way. So when we consume paddy prepared food or food kept for a long time, this definitely affects us physically and mentally. So through the asanas, asana is not just bending or twisting or getting into all those acrobatic postures. It is what is required for each person. You need not do all the asanas under the sun, but you need to practice a few asanas that will definitely help you to for your issue, if you have issues, or a set of asanas to maintain good health. So with asanas, we not only when we bend so many of our bones and muscles, the arteries, the nerves, everything they activate. And so with that, we not do just the asanas, we incorporate that with the breathing. Every time it's a breathing, it's a holding, it's a breathe out, which is the Vichara, and the Kumbhaka. So when we practice all these holistically, definitely we can reverse the bad effects of the aharas which are not meant for us or not suitable for us. Thank you. I hope thank you.
Our next question is to Sri sir. With our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision that yoga has become very popular all over the globe, and people practicing have become increasing day by day. My question is, sir, today we see that anybody from any institution can get a certificate course, and not only for the healthy individuals, for others in the name of yoga therapy they teach. So we understand that detailed study of anatomy, physiology, and certain contraindications are very much necessary when we advocate yoga therapy. So we would like to know the further future direction in this regard.
That was a very nice question. I've been practicing for 53 years now, and even now I am a student. So people who do around 200 hours, 500 hours of practice, they can only teach what they have learned. Yoga is a daily experience, and each day we experience mistakes and corrections. So there is no single 200 hours, 500 hours of yoga. Every day is a learning process. So anybody can learn to start with. But yoga learners shall become yoga teachers for themselves. They have to meditate what they have learned. See, that's where meditation comes into picture. Meditation is analysis of what you have been doing, correction of what has been done. That has to be done by everybody. See, whatever taught by me for a particular person may not be good for the others. So that is, yoga has to be standardized to some extent, to the extent of starting the learning. But later, everybody becomes a researcher. And if they become researchers, their health will be very good. And as Madam, what she was mentioning about yoga, there is a correction option in case of certain food correction. In case of the damage content of the food. But to some extent, what I mean to tell you is, if you are doing yoga and still practicing the wrong way of food, then the body definitely becomes a problem. So there are two ways of correction. One is the right way of eating. The second one is the right way of rectification. The rectification happens through yoga, pranayama, and dhyana.
Thank you, sir.
We thank the organizers for giving this opportunity to interact with the staffers who are on the level of tradition and science. Due to the shortage of time, I mean, though there is more knowledge to gain, we have to end the panel discussion at this moment. I'm sure all the experts are available, and they in future correspondence also, and we take this opportunity to thank you on behalf of organizers.
So all of you have taken time either before lunch or after lunch. Let us ask, how many of you did yoga this morning? So there's a few, look around and see the ones that did yoga this morning, very good. And how many of you did some mantra Vichara or some chanting this morning? So good. I congratulate all of you who are walking the talk. You're going to be very good ways to take us forward into the future. Thank you. And the rest of us, actually I should raise my hand and my yoga and my mantra also, but most of the hands here did go up. So those of you who did, please encourage your classmates and that our work on the panel is done more by you. Thank you.
Thank you everyone, all the distinguished panelists on the dais.